feet, this is a shakedown.
speakers come below. I'll keep going till my speakers come below. I'll keep going till my speakers come below. I'll keep going till my till my speakers come. I'll keep going till my speakers come below. 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 Till my speakers come. I'll keep going till my speakers come below. I'll keep going till my speakers come below. I'll keep going till my speakers come below. I'll keep going till my speakers come below.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these wrestlers nice. All these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of 8 at Beijing, man, ain't know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll Lex account of Blueface. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brothers since 6th grade. G-Wagon red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, I could light the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on the better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. What's a life without sacrifice? Sometimes you gotta thank God and just roll the dice. But you know,
The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens. When I gonna get my break? I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. How will I get out of the jungle? Everybody wanna stop me. 10 more steps up the mountain. Now everybody's looking for me. Spend my life in the desert till something changed inside of me. Now I'm flying over oceans. Everybody looking at me. I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Full power, get louder. I'ma get stronger, just watch me. Full power, get louder. I'ma get stronger, just watch me. Every hour, no doubter. When they hear my song, just watch me. Every hour, no doubter. I can run this town. Somebody give me the key. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. No more doubt about me. Oh, I can run this town. Don't you know I got the
Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
till my speaker calm blow. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blow. I'll keep going till my speaker calm.
ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Qiddiya.
Alright, it's been a hell of a journey today. From Oceania, we then went to Asia, Europe, now we set sail for South America. And that's not even the last port of call, there's still North America to follow as well. It's a jam-packed day of action here at ESL's ECL Season 50. Myself and John are back, and boy, are we familiar with the South American scene.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we got an interesting matchup coming up between ShindeN and ODDIK. I mean, I feel like there's a clear let's say favorite coming into this one being ODDIK, but I think a lot of people and even players can underestimate what ShindeN can do. I feel like if there's any team that can come up with upset victories, it's certainly them.
Yeah, ShindeN actually do pack a hell of a punch. Like, they'll certainly come into this as the underdogs, but it's not like inconceivable for them to make something happen here in this particular game, right? It's pretty one-sided. I'd say like 65-35 in favor of ODDIK. I mean, they've got some really big names on their side of the server, right? It's just gloss over them as we do get the bracket coming up on the screen. We can see how the action has gone down. Of course, ODDIK would drop down to the lower bracket by Red Canids. As we can see there, ShindeN losing out to Keyed Stars in the quarterfinals means that they both have one life left.
Yeah, gotta win here. Otherwise, it's all over for you. And then you have Vivo, Keyed Stars, and Gaming Gladiators on the other side. But I feel like this is potentially the more interesting matchup. I still like the other teams, as Keyed Stars is very good and Gaming Gladiators as well. But for me, I always enjoy watching ShindeN. You know, you're right. It's a team that does pack a punch, and, you know, these players have been together for quite some time, grinding it out as usual. Whenever you see a team with more than 100 maps played over the last 3 months, you know they are playing a ton of Counter-Strike. And it's, as mentioned, 101 overall for this squad. Naz and Nacho are my two players to watch every single time, even though IVZ and Abyss are strong as well. I mean, there isn't really a weakness on the squad, and I think that's their strength, right? Is having 5 pieces that can activate at any moment. But typically, you're going to see Naz being the one who's popping off for them.
Yeah, he's just explosive as a rifler, isn't he? I mean, he's obviously a guy who's been around for a bit now, had that stint with Bestia, which I actually wouldn't really regard as a failure. Maybe just needed somebody with a bit of a different skill set, because we've seen him kind of transcend to the next level here with ShindeN. Maybe because he's playing at a slightly lower level in general, but he's still putting up fantastic performances. So right there with you. Certainly one to watch on the side of ShindeN, but we're going to focus in on coldzera for a moment. And what a name. Just illustrious, storied veteran, still plying his trade. He's evolved a couple times from being a star player, obviously back, 2016, 2017, winning Player of the Year for HLTV, was the first rifler to have done that. And then he eventually became an IGL for ODDIK, and now he's an AWPer. Now he's an AWPer, mate. Does it all.
That's crazy. Yeah, he's been all over the place. Was an AWPer back with Red Canids.
With Red Canids? Oh, is it not AWPing anymore? Is it Woody? Okay, he's not even IGLing or AWPing for this team, right? Okay, so scrap everything I've said. He has done that before, just not anymore.
It's all good. Yeah, no. I mean, definitely, he's been doing it all, and he tries to fit every single role. I think he's played every single role that there is in Counter-Strike to be played. So that is, of course, due to his illustrious career, and he's continuing to pop off. I think that's the most impressive thing for him, right? Getting on in the years, and I say that he's still very young compared to me, but still, getting on in the years in terms of Counter-Strike. But he's putting up the numbers, as you already saw. 1.14 rating over the last 3 months, 83 maps so far played with this ODDIK roster. year, and honestly, the results have been pretty good, you know? They're winning a lot more than they're losing these matches. Did fall to Red Knits, though, and maybe that's a little bit of revenge there for the Red Knits squad, having lost Coldzera, who left them for ODDIK, but had a win against Gaming Gladiators before that, and then underdogs prior to that as well. So, you know, it hasn't been the worst run here of form for ODDIK. I think fairly good. In fact, I expect to see another good matchup for them here today.
I mean, you look at the teams they're losing to, like you say, Red Cannons, that's fine. MIBR, okay, Keyed Stars, maybe that stands out as a bit more of a loss you wouldn't expect out of them than MIBR again in 2-1 fashion. Bestia, Sharks, like they're losing to the better teams in the region, right? So that certainly does show some decent form. You look at the flip side, ShindeN lost to R2, bro. R2 has Johnny Boy in the team. Johnny Boy in 2025, that's crazy. So it shows that although they do have pretty big highs, they can almost have like equally as low lows.
Yeah, their floor is very low on ShindeN, unfortunately, and I think that's the biggest problem. When they hit those highs, they're scary. Like overall, they're a unit that could be probably some of the top teams in tier 2. But when they hit those floors, even like tier 3 teams, I don't even want to go beyond that. But yeah, it gets bad for them when the players aren't hitting on all cylinders. And I think that's also goes to the fact that they are a team that succeeds as a unit and fails as a unit as well. There isn't necessarily that one player that stands out like a Coldzera, for example. Although you do have Naz, I shouldn't say that. It's just that, you know, it's not as dominant perhaps as it will be on the side of ODDIK and Cold, for example, where he can really carry forward rounds by himself, which again is crazy to say, given the fact he's been around for so long and he's still doing it. Going into the vetoes here, Hayes, Nuke and Overpass being the picks. What do you think about that?
I think it's pretty good for both these teams. I mean, it's actually quite a big overlap in the map pools for both of these teams going up against each other. Like, Nuke is the second most frequently picked map for ODDIK after Ancient, and then Overpass is a map they pick too. So both teams going to be pretty happy with the way that the veto goes, but because ODDIK are significant favorites, like that's surely just going to bode better for them, that ShindeN haven't been able to kind of like a bit of a deficiency. I'm kind of surprised they maybe don't try Inferno, you know, like I guess they rather rely on Nuke, a map that they go to more often than not, but I think that Inferno might have been a good way to kind of test ODDIK on a weaker map of theirs.
Perhaps so, yeah. I mean, technically, if you look at the pool for ShindeN, yeah, it's pretty strong overall, so I don't necessarily have a problem with them going to that map, and I think I just agree with you. It's kind of giving a pick to ODDIK. That's the only negative that you're looking at. But yeah, anyway, I mean, Inferno could have been a point to exploit with a 4-8 record of the last 3 months. I just feel like that can be deceptive. You know, when you're a team that's considered the underdog, maybe the other squad that's the favorite has a lower record on the map, but you'll probably be at a disadvantage regardless. So I think they want to go to their best maps or their most picked maps. And after Mirage, which wasn't available, of course, they go to Nuke instead.
Alright, well, I believe we had a word from production that we're probably gonna have to throw Swan to a bit of a break. Yeah, that's the word on the street. Okay, so guys, don't go too far. It should be a pretty quick turnaround time here now that we've been able to break it down for all of you. A couple moments, and we'll be jumping into the first map of the series. I wasn't lying when I said it'd be a short little turnaround time before you hear our voices again. We're now corralling all the players. It's like herding cats, though, I think, John, just trying to get all 10 players on the server.
Sometimes it feels like that. Yeah, trying to get them all on time and into the server. I mean, they've got so much Counter-Strike that they're playing and so many other things to think about as well that sometimes they're a little bit delayed, but eventually we do corral them and they get into the server, and it looks like they're going to be ready very, very shortly to kick things off on Nuke. And yeah, I was talking about it, you know, Mirage being the permaban coming through for ODDIK is actually a really bad thing for ShindeN, because that is where, you know, they make their money, right? That map is fantastic for ShindeN. 21-9 over the last 3 months. You know, and you're looking at, what is it? I think a T side. Yeah, both T and CT side sitting around 55% win rates. Sure, they lost 3 of their last 4 on the map, but it's against Fluxo, Keatstars, and Red Canids. Those are very, very good teams. So it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it is a big deal that you're losing 3 of your last 4, but it's still understandable given the circumstances. Still, I'm sure they would have loved to have Mirage as a map available, but they go to their backup in Nuke. And I think this is where the weakness comes through for ShindeN, because they don't really have a deep map pool. Like, there isn't another map where you'd look towards outside of Nuke that say, okay, they can be have an advantage here. Everywhere else is just kind of, you know, a bit meh. And you know, you see Overpass coming through as the next one. Yes, ShindeN can play there, but I feel like absolutely ODDIK will have the advantage.
Do yourself a bit of a favor and go and have a look at ODDIK's recent results on Nuke.
ODDIK's recent results on Nuke. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let it sit there for a second. I don't want to make any remarks. Just want you to go and have a little look-see yourself, and I reckon you'll immediately pick up on what I'm alluding to. They're on a hot loss streak, 9 losses in a row right now here for ODDIK. And that includes losses to like Keatstars, Game Hunters, Crew, and just some, you know, fairly one-sided losses in there as well. The problem is, like, all Woody teams have always been pretty damn good on Nuke. You know, Fluxo previously, ODDIK here as well. So I wonder what's going on with the map at the moment. Yeah, it's unusual.
I think for me, honestly, Hayes, I looked at their stats so much on Nuke that I was like, oh, you know, they're probably just kind of sprinkling in the losses there because they're so good on the map typically. But oh my God, that is a lot of, that's 9 in a row lost. And before that, it was really good. You know, they only had like, what, 3 losses over, I think, 12 or 15 maps that they'd played. Like, that was really solid. And then everything starts to really crumble as of late. Eventually, losing streaks have to end, of course, right? So
that's what I tell myself when I'm at the casino and I'm betting on red time after time because it's like a 10 black streak or something. Eventually, and then I run out of money and then the next one hits. You know, it tends to be how it goes. But
yep.
Either way, I wonder if this will be the game where it does actually end and we finally see ODDIK getting a victory here on Nuke. Another thing I'd like to touch on here, just while we got some more time, is that I've always been a pretty big critic of Woody. I'll be honest. I've always been quite critical of him as an IGL, as a player. I think he's fine as an IGL, but he's always been the AWPing IGL, and he's never really been like that good at AWPing. And it feels like that the team loses out quite a lot in that regard. And I've always thought that they'd benefit from him maybe just swapping across to a rifle and then letting a proper AWPer take over.
Yeah, no, I mean, I kind of agree with you there. I feel like it's a similar situation for me when I look at Eyeballers and JW. He feels like he's been a great opper in the past. Don't get me wrong, he's a legend.
Yeah.
I feel like right now, as the IGL on the op, it doesn't work for him. It's the same for Woody. Like, you see some maps where they're really good, but it's not consistent enough for such an important role, right? And I think that's why we're seeing IGL oppers kind of go by the wayside and it be handed over to another player in terms of the opping duties, and just give the one that's better at IGLing the rifle, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the way that I look at it as well. Not going to be a problem in this round, though. Pistols is what both teams have to work with. It's going to be somebody jumping across, looking backwards, trying to pull the crosshair off the angle, and then see if the second player swinging can get the kill, but Ivy's just gets dropped. It's not going to slow ShindeN down, though, just continuing to charge in towards his B-bomb site.
No, now they're going back towards A, right up to the vents. Abyss finds the space. They have bamboozled ODDIK here. They go and plant the bomb. ODDIK going to realize it shortly. Woody's already there over in heaven, but he has to wait for the reinforcements before he goes for a play. Still all 5 players standing here for ODDIK, and look at Naz. Naz could strike here. They might not expect him to come up the ladder. They won't be watching it at all. Woody takes care of BK1, and if they get all the players on the site before that, it won't matter anyway. That's exactly what happens. Naz does get one, maybe a second, but he's going to get overloaded eventually. And, well, it might not even matter because the bomb is being defused and the round is over.
Okay, well, I mean, it's actually just like a very impressive retake coming through there. And like you were saying, it's pretty much down to the fact that ODDIK get all those kills so quickly initially. That means Naz just isn't able to kind of play off of his teammates. If they were able to stay alive for an extra like 3 seconds there, then maybe he could have had like a round-winning kind of play there. But it will be ODDIK who open up there first with a nice retake, able to adjust on the fly.
Alrighty. We go into round number 2, and it will be a force buy, of course, coming through from ShindeN. They got the bomb plant. They want to get the utility, heavy utility, in fact, and no rifle in play. They go for SMGs at most. Naite's getting aggressive out towards Yard. Oh. And, ooh, he's in trouble. He's in big trouble. Needs to get something fast. He's reloading. They're trying to overrun him. Nothing found from Naite in that situation outside of damage, and he hands an M4 over towards ShindeN.
Look at the MAC-10 player, has been able to get down the vent super early on in the round. If Nacho gets this kill on the rotate, he doesn't even look in that direction because Arbors is towards Decon. Would have been a free frag on Woody, who probably still goes down to the vent player, you'd imagine. And there we go. Kill does come through for Nacho, regains the man advantage, and again they're going to slide up on in towards the save. Bombsite Pank is there though. Can he double down? One's enough for now though.
They're going to hear the vent, I believe. Yeah, they know it's going towards the B site. IVZ plants the bomb. Pank trying to swing around coldzera as well. And the timing just off for coldzera to catch the back of IVZ. And that would have been problematic for ShindeN. But as it stands, it could still be, right? coldzera's going to spot him walking out of the vent. No, it's IVZ who wins the duel, but takes a dink in the process. Pank making a lot of noise, probably dead as well. Does get one onto IVZ, but only 11 HP. And Naz is perfectly positioned to deny this post plant, and it will be over. ShindeN tie it up.
Yeah, that just, I mean, what is Nighty thinking, man? I'm going back all the way to the start of the round, but you know you're going to be against either an eco or a force buy. Most likely the force buy, because the bomb plant was found in the pistol and the losing cause. So to put yourself there when you know you're going to be against Tech 9s and Galils and you don't have any support, I can get on board with that and maybe the gun round, but when you know you're playing against a force buy, that just seems like such a massive risk. The reload took an eternity, but that's an all-in play and that's unnecessary.
No, I do agree. You know, if you're going to do that, get 2 frags. Like, immediately get 2 frags on those
right, because
players.
even one and done's not worth it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because if you go down and it's only 1 frag, you get traded, it's still a rifle handed over, and the T's will have the advantage. Now they're going to go fast again, our ShindeN. Trying to go through the vent, and Naite actually through the vent itself gets the headshot onto Abyss. Case locks. Looking down at the fire and the flame, saying eventually this is going to fade, and he dips his toes into it, takes a little bit of damage. BK1's on notice in terms of his health, and now he's flashed out. I don't think Woody's going to expect the player to be this close to ramp as he is, and he's not, but Pank comes through and gets 2! Naz and BK1 are deleted, 4v2 in favor of ODDIK. Nacho and IVZ, the last 2 standing, they're just going to stick to defusal. They're not close enough. This round is done. Oh, it's 10 seconds though.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Oh, a flurry of frags turns the round on its head. Nighty has no option but to head for the hills. I can't believe how quickly ShindeN are able to recover the round, peppering the smoke there. Immediately get the kill on the diffuser. That 10-second was always going to take a lifetime.
Oh, man.
And ShindeN recover.
I didn't realize it was a 10-second, because if it's not, they have the round. But because it is, they got to the halfway mark with the defusal, and it just, nice job by ShindeN to recover things and get that second round, because it looked very, very dicey with the way things were going down, but they're lucky there were no kits and no armor available on the ODDIK side, or not, anyway, not no armor, but no kits at least, as it will be now. Are they forcing up again on the side of ODDIK? That would be surprising. They do have a Galil saved over, and no, they're not. It's a half investment.
I mean, why? Why has Nighty spent so much? He's dropped the MP9 to Woody?
I don't know.
I know these are more like rhetorical questions. I'm not expecting you to have all the answers, but why? Like, why has he spent all that cash? He gets what, 2,400 when they lose this round?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Woody, you better really get some cash back with this MP9 to make it worth it, man.
It's a strange decision. Like, you have the Galil already. You don't need to drop anything. It doesn't make sense, so it's a weird call. But,
yeah, they're acting like they've got, like, max round loss bonus behind them or something.
Yeah. I mean, we do see the hero AKs and hero Galil's bot on this. Not just going to get that frag on the T side, because it kind of makes sense. The economy is easier to recover from, and you can always get like a Mac 10 or something, or maybe even another Galil in the next round if the economy is good enough. But here on CT side, like, money's so important to maintain and save up. Woody will do something with that MP9. I don't know if it's going to be much more than one frag, but at least he gets $600.
Yeah, extra kill, maybe push it over the edge. Next round, he could drop a rifle back to 90, and then he gets to keep the MP9. That is predicated off of him staying alive, though. So, going to be hanging around, a bit questionable. Probably just best committing back to CT spawn, guaranteeing that he does stay intact with the MP9. As ShindeN are going to complete a 3-1 streak here, 3 rounds in a row coming through for them.
That's kind of a shame for ODDIK, though. You know, they started, they got the pistol round, it was looking good. A strong pistol round at that. It wasn't like it was close either. They were dominant on that retake. Then immediately lose the follow-up in a close round again, but still, it's a loss. And after that, ShindeN are able to pile things up and get 3 in a row. Now the money actually should be good enough to get Woody the op. He did his math well, I suppose, but as I say that, K-Slock settling for an MP9, so they always knew they were going to have to settle for an SMG, but he does get the op in his hands. You got the AK saved over, and the 2 A1Ss that will be available, as a timeout is called here by ShindeN, actually.
Interestingly enough, maybe just discussing how they want to go about their business, recognizing that this is actually a pretty big opportunity for them to put some serious pressure on ODDIK early on. We know that ODDIK's nuke has had more than just frailties. They've lost it, was it 9 times in a row, I think?
Yes.
That's almost impressive.
Yeah, I guess as impressive as a win streak in some ways. And not to mention, they've been close to winning like 4 or 5 times throughout this losing streak. 11-13 against Game Hunters, 14-16 against Red Canids, 11-13 against MIBR, and 11-13 against Sharks. I mean, unbelievable how they've gotten that close to the finish line and been unable to convert a win throughout all of that time. And right here, honestly, it's not looking good in the opening moments of the map. It's still far from over, of course, but as it stands, ODDIK haven't really shown the firepower that we were used to seeing from them.
Yeah, that is true. Especially not with the names they have stacked up on their side of the server. That doesn't look great for Pank, I'm afraid. Flat as a pancake. BK1 takes his head off and follows that up with some nice toppings. Yeah, taking 90 down. Woody out in the open has missed his shot. He gets run over. ShindeN announced their presence here on Nuke in a really big way. This is all off the back of the force buy they won in the second round that arguably shouldn't have gone their way. It was like ODDIK making mistakes that kind of let ShindeN into the round, and they haven't looked back since.
This is the backup pick for ShindeN, but it looks like the primary one with the way they're playing on their T side. Abyss ventilates K-Slocks with the AK, and Cold Zera stranded alone on an island and dead, because Nacho is on that island too, and he's climbed the trees and found the upper hand on Cold Zera.
Yeah, just peers down. Oh, what's anything underneath me? Oh, there he is. I got him, guys. Takes his time, lines up the headshot. 4-1. ShindeN rapidly getting themselves into a strong position here on the T side as well. This time it's ODDIK who's called for a pause, put a bit of a slowdown on the situation. Try and stem the flow because they're hemorrhaging at the moment.
Yeah, this is bad for ODDIK. They are going to go for the half buy. Money is now full, so they can go for more risks, of course. But 4 or 5 7s, and the scout will be it for them. 6 pieces of utility as well. On the other side, I mean, economy's flowing for ShindeN. They've got plenty of cash to go around. And I mean, it's not just the economy, it's the way they're firing off, the way they're going for these entries and opening picks, not really giving ODDIK much time to think. especially BK1, like 3 frags, his first 3 frags in a round, but all of them looking fantastic to help carry his team to victory.
Yeah, those are devastating entry frags coming through from him. I think he's the IGL as well, right? I'm not entirely sure.
I believe so, yes.
Might be worth checking in with Liquipedia on that one. 5-7 going to be catching Nacho as he looks to try and fade away. Good bit of chip damage inflicted on him.
Yeah, unfortunately, Liquipedia doesn't have a page for ShindeN. I'm surprised at that, by the way. Yeah, because
they've been a team for so long at this point. Yeah, it's exactly. Yeah. It's not like this is a new team or anything like that.
No. But
proper organization, not like it's a mix or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I'm just basically going off the stats, to be honest with you.
Yeah. You're probably right. But I think it should be... Anyway, I'll do some digging and see.
Alright, well, ODDIK going to see if they can dig a bit deeper here in this round. Got some upgraded weapons to work with and been able to land some nice tags here as well. Is your feed fine at the moment? This happened to me earlier. I ended up with like a bit of a PowerPoint feed going on. I might have to... Restarting my internet fixed it earlier, so I might have to abandon you for a round to go make that happen. Let's see, though, anything worth hanging on for case locks. I'm watching this in PowerPoint, and he's still finding kills. Look at the damage. 3 of them super low.
Oh, wow, and Pank's going to get one as well. Biz does find the trade, but this is not great for ShindeN. Oh, the op shot through the hut connects onto Pank, but he's still alive, and he swings around and get one. Maybe the last as well. Pank, can you do it? Can you clutch it out with that 5-7? You absolutely can. 3K for him. A 7th frag on the board as well, and he leads his squad in that category 2-4. They finally get one back.
Man, what a reprieve for them. What a big let-off as they're able to find around here with the 5-7s, almost entirely down to the 5-7s. You can't discount the impact from the scout that was able to find a bunch of those tags. I think that was Woody who probably chips a couple of those players down, and Pank able to take full advantage. So ODDIK do bite back as we go into a gun round.
BK1 is the IGL.
Okay. Yeah, thought as much. Good to know. Well done for being able to find that one out.
No worries.
What's he going to be calling here in this round?
Curious to see it, because that last one did not go well, and that was a round where, you know, it was just the eco coming through for ODDIK, so they build up a little bit of money. Not as much as you might expect, and oh my goodness, Coldzera gets negated and dinked through the wall. He's not having a great game. I mean, sitting at 1-6, you know, our player to watch, and you kind of hope to get a little bit more out of him, especially if you're ODDIK. But as it stands, ODDIK at least picking up that previous round off some great 5-7 work by Pank. And Naite is going to get completely overlooked here by Nacho. Case Locks gets BK1, and there we go. ODDIK look like they're back in business. IVZ does manage to take out Coldzera. But you still have Case Locks here. You got 4 players up on the ODDIK side. ShindeN trying to readjust. They're gambling a little bit, sending the bomb by itself towards ramp, and it's gone. Naz eliminated. Pank knows what he's got in his hands and will push aggressively, but it won't matter anyway because Woody finds the nade frag onto IVZ, and that'll do it. 3rd round for ODDIK. They have started the path to recovery. On the other side for ShindeN, money is still okay, I believe, and they could justify a force buy. I'm not sure if they're going to call a timeout here or not, but we are going to see the replay. Yeah, Naite catching Nacho almost in midair. And at the end, Pank holding his ground to prevent Naz from taking any steps further. Now, it is going to be a force buy for ShindeN. Kind of expected because the money was good enough on their side to try for something, and they know they want to stop the momentum of ODDIK and prevent them from building up too much bank, so they're going to go for this one. Naite is going to get the spray down onto Nacho. This is more of the ODDIK we expected to see here on Nuke. Granted, they do have that losing streak, but it's a team that we kind of think is going to wake up eventually and not continue losing map after map here. They got close. I already mentioned it quite a few times. They'd obviously like to pull this one back and get the win over a ShindeN squad that overall, I would say they're expected to beat given what they've accomplished, you know, as of late. BK1. Towards outside, 50 seconds left on the clock. ShindeN looking for a gap in the defense, and they can't really find it. Pank could get overloaded here, but no, pulls out the 5-7. It has been so good to him, and it continues to be a 2K for Pank, and BK1 will find case locks, but no more. Very nicely done from Pank. He has jumped again above and beyond everyone else on the scoreboard with 11 frags and tied up the scoreline. It is solely him, pretty much, that has helped them carry the torch forward, right? And continue to be competitive here on Nuke, because without his performance, I feel like ShindeN probably would have run away with this. They had control of ramp if it wasn't for Pank. 9th round of play. ODDIK, the resurgence is here. Pank saying, hey guys, come on. I've thrown the tinder on the fire. Let's get those logs and really get it burning along. Make the flames soar through the sky. As they come to life here. Oh, Pank again. Oh my goodness. I guess doesn't need anyone else. 3K for him. coldzera also chimes in case locks will get Nacho. I mean, that's just an anti-eco, but still, ODDIK have recovered. 5th round under their belts. Now you're looking at the ShindeN side. It will be a buy up again for them, but things are getting a little bit dire. I mean, yes, it's T-side Nuke, so you're looking at it 4 rounds already. Pretty good, honestly. 5 rounds is a very serviceable half on T-side of Nuke, but they have to get to that 5. If it's 8-4 for ODDIK, especially considering the way things started here, you're probably looking at a pretty rough go going over to the second half of action. But still, it will be their CT side that they're going towards. So that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Naite going to be pushing up aggressively here. Case Locks gets nothing, and he was pushing with Naite. This didn't work for ODDIK previously, and I'm not sure if it's going to work this time either. It does not. ShindeN have recovered. Lots of damage taken by IVZ and Naz, but still they've got a 5v3.
All right, guys, break the 4th wall. It's not like John has been hugging the mic the entire time and hasn't given me an opportunity to talk. I had some tech issues that I've had to remedy, and thankfully I've got a nice, silky smooth feed here once again. I do come back to seeing ODDIK up 5-4, so they've had a nice little streak, but it looks like I might be a good omen for ShindeN. As soon as I'm back, they're able to find some... And ShindeN could basically do anything from here, and they should be able to win the round. That kill guarantees the round, as they'll now just be grouped up with numbers and heading in towards that B-bomb site.
coldzera's here, though. HP's low for a couple of players. There's one. Flashbang toss. There's 2. Maybe a 3rd. coldzera, you gonna make this down to a 2v2? He might get it. He might get it. He's lining it up. He knocks it down. 2v2, coldzera, the star here for ODDIK, eventually put down by BK1, but does so much work and makes this a winnable clutch for Pank, who has been the one dropping the body so far here on Nuke.
Oh, he's going to try and edge his way as far forward as possible before they realize he's come through from ramp, so that he might be able to have an angle that catches the spawn plant off guard. Continues to work his way forward, now going a bit more aerial on top of the ledge. Oh, BK1's done such a good job of avoiding him, though. And he's also just kind of internally figured out where Pank had to have been just by deduction. So very good work there from him in the situation as ShindeN level things up.
That was honestly a lot closer than you thought it would be, right? coldzera managing to find the 2 low HP players, then lines up a headshot against Nacho, takes damage in that engagement, right? Goes down to 32, and that's really what costs him against BK1, because he doesn't really have a chance to fire off many shots at all. I think it was just 1 or 2 at most, and he couldn't lock his crosshair onto BK1 in that moment. So, ShindeN recovering, they get that 5th round, and that's honestly already a good T side of Nuke. It could get better. We'll see if Woody has anything to say about it, and he does. Op shot hit immediately as he pushes into lobby, then backs off.
Yeah, good to see him kind of taking that initiative with the AWP, not just hanging around in the backlines waiting for the game to come to him, talking about not waiting for the game to come to you. Naz has gone through Hutton. Although he goes down, he does affect the trade immediately afterwards, and as a result, ShindeN get full site control. So this is going to have to be a retake now from ODDIK, where They've got the utility, but they don't have the positions just yet. BK1's looking to make a bit of a nuisance of himself. Nicey has an idea. Could be a bit of a play being made through the smoke. IVZ tasked with locking them out in heaven. And only now can ODDIK start thinking about actually trying to set foot into the bomb site.
Oh, that flashbang just lands right in front of IVZ's face, and he gets flashed again. Night and Cold drop right down on top of him, and we'll take care of it. But Nacho, he's doing so much work. 1v4 down to a 1v2. Eventually, Pank will put him down, and there's enough time for the defusal. So ODDIK do pull through with a 6th.
Necessary round for them as well. Feels like they got to get the half win at a minimum, and winning that round there makes it a big opportunity. Could be a reality at this point, yeah, with how low the money is for ShindeN. Love that play there made by Woody, and ultimately, I mean, getting that kill and staying alive is what started the one-man advantage for his team, and then they just trade their way forward. Great flashes as well. My goodness, Ivy's was blind for what felt like an eternity underneath heaven.
Yeah. No, he was in a tough spot for sure. Not much he could do, and his teammates weren't able to achieve much either with that round going the way of ODDIK. And a 12th round of play, final one in this half. ShindeN will scrape together a pretty respectable buy-up, honestly. 3 Galils, 2 AKs, utility a lot lighter than they'd like to have, especially on a map the size of Nuke, but no choice. Oh, getting aggressive. Out of ramp, into trophy, and vending, finds the opener, and this is what ODDIK have been doing in their successful rounds, right? They go into lobby, they apply the pressure, whether it be from hut or ramp, get an opener, and fall back.
And now the focus will shift in towards Secret. ShindeN discreet in their approach, so there's no ironclad info right now for ODDIK that this is the play being made. K-Slock's preempting the boost. Don't know if heads have been spotted. He is going to go for a fight. He sees 3 players on the other side, and Spartan decides to just get out of dodge.
Good play. Honestly, that was a smart play from K-Slox, backing off in that instance, because you go for a fight, it's unfavorable, you know there's 3 players there, so you take that valuable information, pass it on to your teammates, and then go to a more comfortable spot. Pank catches Nacho at the top of Secret. Maybe he won't realize that Naz is here, but he doesn't have to, because Naite's watching, and he's protecting him.
I think they were hoping the outside players might be able to path their way through Mouth in towards that A-bomb site, or Mini, and then maybe join up with the players coming through from the vent, but they both get shut down, so they'll have to refocus their attention in towards this B bomb site. K-Slock's in a really good position, gets a kill, doesn't matter if he gets traded, he won't even be Woody able to finish off the job, and ODDIK actually with a very good recovery, make it 7-5 on the half.
All right, we're back here and ready to go for the second half of Nuke. Switching sides are both squads. ShindeN going on to their stronger side by a large margin. And then on the other side, ODDIK, weaker side, but not as large of a margin. I mean, look, ShindeN typically don't do that well on T side. 39.1% round win percentage. So they exceeded expectations on that one. And on CT side is where they cook. 64.1% of the rounds are victories. Let's see if that continues to happen here. And it looks good on the pistol. Oh my goodness, Hayes.
Counter-terrorists win.
That's absolutely wild. I mean, before I could even finish introing the second half, these guys are going out and getting every single frag. Unbelievable stuff from ShindeN. And on ODDIK's end, they don't get a bomb plant. We've still seen T sides forcing up without bomb plants in the meta right now, but it feels like ODDIK are leaning more towards the let's get the guns before too long. They don't want to wait, so they will go for the eco. Eagle's out, though, for Woody. Let's see what he can do with that. As it stands, though, should be a significant advantage for ShindeN and probably a 7th round. It's crazy.
That's my bad. Apologies. I forgot to unmute myself on vMix coming into it, so sorry about that, production and everybody watching. I am here and just in time to catch the Case Lock's knife. I mean, if you're gonna get only one kill in your eco, finding a knife frag, yeah, that's best case scenario. As we do see the scoreline being leveled up as expected, but Case Lock's off the back of that knife has instantly dropped an orb to Woody.
Yeah, no, that's what it gives you, right? So much cash earned that the op is able to be dropped. It wouldn't have been available, I don't think, without that knife frag, so fantastic. Flashing that butterfly Doppler, or butterfly ruby, excuse me, and there's a sapphire as well. My god. Maybe that might not be a sapphire, it might be like a phase 2 or something, but either way, these are some very nice and expensive knives that I wish I had. Anyway, going back to the action, round number 15, Cold Zera going to get eliminated by Abyss, but Pank quickly trades on and finds a follow-up. Pank has come to play again in this second half of action. He's got 19 now, does eventually get traded, but he's opened up a good amount of space for ODDIK. Look at Naite as well.
Whoever would have expected another player to coming through from ramp there? That understandable why it catches Pank off guard. Naz looking to go one step further, just the one kill in the round. He's going to get cut down, like you say, highlighting 90's position with good reason. And Woody will put that orb to fantastic use as well as he drops BK1. Felt like this gun round was a must-win for ODDIK, and they're about to make it happen.
Whew. I mean, decisively so too, and it's off of Pank's opening 2 frags. Yes, he falls, but he does so much damage to the defensive side of ShindeN that they can never really recover, and ODDIK continue to isolate fights. Naite in particular, getting towards that garage very early on, allowed for him to kind of maneuver and get a follow-up, and once you have that happening in your back lines, you really don't know where to look, and that's where ODDIK pounce. So, they take the lead back in their favor. And ShindeN will still be forcing up into this one. There's an AWP in play in Ivy's hands. But you got the 2 A1Ss, the FAMAS, and then the 5.7 for BK1. We saw the 5.7 do work in Pank's hands. Maybe BK1 can channel some of that energy into his.
Oh my, Ivy's is just hoping that a lot of the attention gets pulled away from him by these players outside. But he's gone down, as has Case Locks and BK1 as well. Brilliant work from Nighty, activating in a massive way. That's a wild spray. Looked like he was even moving at the end there. Still going to be able to find the kill anyway. Abyss, the last man left remaining. An abysmal round here from ShindeN. And I don't think the lad's going to be able to change much. Probably just thinking about saving his gun at this point.
Yeah, there's no way that he's going to be trying to go for this one. The AK, too valuable. Money's not great for ShindeN. I feel like ODDIK might want to hunt. The money's not fantastic for them either, but it's good enough to at least have a look here and try to take this AK out of the hands of Abyss. They're going in the right direction. They're pathing to where he was last seen, where he still is. He's firing off a few shots with the op. That'll tempt a Biz out. It will get one, but not the second. That is way more costly on the side of ShindeN than it is for ODDIK, who lose only one and ensure the AK cannot be carried over. And instead of having that rifle threat, it'll just be the pistols here for ShindeN, who do call the timeout.
Yeah, game's actually getting away from them now at this point. There's been a couple stages where it's looked very good for ShindeN. At that one point pretty early on in the first half, they were up, I want to say, 4-1, I think it was, when they then lost to the 5-7s. ODDIK were able to fight back from there, go 7-5 in the half. They come out the gate swinging in the second half. They make it 7-all, and they lose the first gun round and the round that follows. So eco territory now as ODDIK creep closer and closer to the finish line, looking to try and break that long loss streak that they have on Nuke in the past couple of weeks.
Teams splitting the pistol rounds, each team taking their CT pistol. But that hasn't been what has changed things here. It's really been the rifle rounds where ODDIK have taken control and ShindeN have been starting to struggle. It was a great start for them. We thought, okay, we talked about the ceiling for ShindeN being very potent when they hit it, and it felt like they were hitting their stride at the beginning, but now we're seeing that potential floor come through in the same map of play.
That's true, right? Like getting to see the top and the bottom and everything in between, all in 17 rounds of Counter-Strike.
Yep.
And could be in some trouble. I don't know if he's got any support. At the moment, that's a neat little transfer. Yeah, evidently, a one-man army. Shouldn't be any kills here in the round. Knights are going to be finishing things off momentarily, you would expect. And there we go, job done. He's not the cleanest guy, but he's effective. I'll give him that.
And I mean, speaking of effective, the rifle core as a whole for ODDIK is quite lethal. That Coldzera Case-Lock's Ponk combo, one of them's usually popping off. And this time it is Ponk taking care of that. And you kind of have to need that because your op in Woody isn't necessarily going to be the key piece.
I think it's the core 4 of riflers. 90 Coldzera.
Yeah, you could be right.
Just all 4 of them, right? Super strong rifling core. Like you say, Woody on New York, maybe a bit more of a deficiency. Either way, 10-7. ODDIK have a very good chance of basically just putting this game to bed if they can win this gun round here. Lots riding on it for ShindeN.
Not just trying to play aggressively here. Ooh, yep, that Molotov will attract his attention towards the other side of red box, and eventually the nade from IVZ will finish off Naite. The problem is ramp pressure is very high here for ODDIK, and they've isolated Ivies, so they're only going to have to deal with the ramp player, and everyone else is towards A, so they're like panicking a little bit. Do we go B? Do we reinforce it? In the meantime, ODDIK have just pumped the brakes and said, okay, let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Able to get themselves ramp control, but look at how ShindeN have responded. They've got 3 players in towards the speed bomb site right now, so they fully expect ODDIK to try and finish the round in this direction, and they're absolutely correct with that assumption.
Nalcho's position was actually really strong, and he doesn't get anything out of it. I'm surprised. Abiz only gets 1 as well. And this B site, despite being heavily reinforced, is lost. BK1 opens up the door. They know he's in this direction. Coldzera could isolate him completely. Case-Lock is going to plant the bomb, but he can't do it. Bomb not planted. It's all up to Cold, who still gets 2 in the 1v3. Now a 1v1, he's got 98 HP, still the nade available to him. On the other side, Naz has 0 utility. Coldzera's wary of jumping down, but he still opens the door and goes to his doom. Naz clutches it out, and ShindeN just barely stay alive.
A few things better in World Counter-Strike than watching Coldzera in a clutch situation, even in the big year of 2025. I mean, the way that the cogs turn, the decisions he makes, the mechanical prowess on display. I mean, that was always his bread and butter, closing out rounds, right? Having Fur opening and Coldzera closing. What a time that was. But unfortunately, not able to roll back the years the entire way here in that moment. Does get bested in the 1v1, but certainly has kept ShindeN's economy honest in the process.
A little bit of spam through the smoke there from Pank in towards Squeaky. Still plenty of money here for ODDIK, and they've got the buy-up going. Ooh, IVZ, can you do the damage? Ivies? ends up not getting much of anything, and Nacho's actually going to get that opener onto K-Slox. Naite was hoping for an opportunity at the trade, tosses the Molotov deep. That'll flush Naite out, and Nacho out, and Naite will take care of it. Looking for the follow-up. Needs to be careful eventually. Too many angles to cover. He's caught in no man's land. Now towards Secret. BK1 won't get anything himself. That's a lot of damage onto Woody at least, but still now down to even numbers again. Good Molotov.
Come on, playing on the front foot. Yeah, that Molly's going to be slowing down one of the rotations, but Arbus has already been able to set foot in on the speed bomb site. However, Pank the late lurk. He's gotten a kill on Naz. Are they going to be committing to B? Woody's just trying to keep the CT side guessing at this point, and it's worked the trick. I mean, you've got Ivies who's outside now. Can he catch him on the cross? No, he's also been spotted. Super low health on both Pank and Woody, so this is more than vaguely doable, and great trade out of Cold.
I mean, Cold's starting to wake up here on this T side. Loves to get aggressive, and it really does just fuel him once he starts getting those frags. Oh my goodness, Abiz on the ladder, takes down Pank, and it is down to 1v1 for Cold. He loses it again. Oh no, Abiz will win it. ShindeN find a 9th. And we've got a match on our hands once more, folks, as it could be 10, looking at the money situation for ODDIK. Actually, it's not that bad because of the bomb plant, so they will probably have a buy up here. But still, ShindeN are starting to roll along.
I mean, just winning some really key clutches right now are ShindeN to kind of push them over the edge. That's a 2v3, low health. I noticed in the kill feed, though, the kill that comes through from the MP9, it's got the wings on the gun, suggesting it was an aerial frag. I mean, I don't think it gives... Do you get that if you get a kill on the ladder? Because I don't think that you do.
I think? I'm not sure. That is a good question.
I'm not sure if it was like jumping, just like strafing off the ladder as he was shooting the shots. It was just such low health on the player. And then, yeah, right. And then even a nice little play being made where he kind of fakes the death cam as though he's pushing onto the bomb site, then doubles back to check Squeaky.
That is some wild stuff, honestly. ShindeN flirting with the tied scoreline again. They had it at the beginning of the half, but never were able to retake that lead. Now a chance to do it again, but as I mentioned, there was enough money for ODDIK to justify a bot. They're going to try to go fast. Nacho says, I don't think so. Puts a stop to that. Pank and Woody gone in the first 20 seconds of the round. Means that ODDIK are working on the back foot, and even more so now. coldzera could die to the nade. Nade goes out. coldzera survives, manages to evade most of the damage. But still, it's tough right now for ODDIK.
Honestly, I felt like this was a must-win round for ODDIK, considering that they've lost, what, two rounds in a row? Was it 3? Not sure. Anyway, yeah, it is 3. Okay, that's the 3rd consecutive round. All of them have been gun rounds as well, which is a big concern for ODDIK, and now they're going to have to settle for an eco. So ShindeN showing some grit and tenacity, taking full advantage of the back-to-back 1v1s that they win to really start to put the pressure back on ODDIK.
I mean, it's looking like another crazy 24 map affair for ODDIK, and if they come out on the losing end once more in a map like this, they will never want to see Nuke again. I'll tell you that right now. It's unbelievable.
Right.
I mean, it's their pick too usually, so it's kind of wild.
This must have been like one of the most winnable positions that they found themselves in on Nuke, though.
Yeah,
so if this one goes awry, it's going to be very frustrating for them. Eco round, there's a Mac-10 and a Galil in play. Oh. And that's... I think the Mac-10 on the jump across actually dinks the AWP. Woody's going to continue to commit here. Wood on fire. Wood has been dropped, but in the meantime, it's going to be ODDIK who actually push through Helen towards A, maybe.
Oh, Naz has such a power position here. There's one, not the second, but he knows that there's a second player in the vicinity. I believe he heard the footsteps, so he's on notice. And how... Pank, come on. Like, how are you not trying to clear out heaven in that instance when your teammate just died from there? Unless they didn't realize? I don't know. Either way, ShindeN are looking like they are going to retake that lead unless K-Slox gets a ripper of a shot, and he absolutely will not. Naite, last one standing. But a 1v4 in this spot. 38 seconds left. Yeah, not going to happen, more than likely.
All right, well, that's great. That is fantastic work from ShindeN as they're able to get themselves up to 11, poking their noses in front here once again. It looked like for a moment in the round there was a chance for ODDIK when they go in towards ramp so aggressively, dink up the AWPer, and a nice kind of change in direction on the fly as they then shift their focus in towards Hell, but ShindeN were able to keep their composure about them as they have now gotten themselves up to 11, and this one here would basically finish off the job.
I feel like this one's going the full 24. Just an inkling. Instant.
Well, if that was going to happen, then ODDIK would have to win this round, right? Because they don't have any money.
Well,
so 24 is unlikely if they lose this one.
You know, I feel like they're going to win in the most unlikely of circumstances. But anyway, we've seen some crazy stuff. They do lose the opening body here. That's Naite down to the ground. This would be a real shame for Punk, honestly, as he falls there. For them to lose with the effort he's put in is absolutely crazy to me. And it felt like he was powering them to victory. Did slow up over the last few. And I mean, I guess the result is them losing rounds. Quite a few in a row now. I believe it's 5. Coldzera thinking about charging out. But again, you know, I mean, ShindeN are just hunkering down. They're not going aggressive. They don't have to. They've got a 2-man advantage playing this intelligently. Woody holding the line. Nacho could be dead if Woody holds his nerve and just scopes in here. But Nacho will fade behind the vent, so no fight available for Woody. There's the Molotov. And, oh my god.
No.
That could not have been worse. That could not have been worse, Hayes. I have to talk about it. Like, just Nacho in that situation is mollied out. The op is there to hit the shot. Should have been hit. It's missed. Then a teammate, the rifler was sporting him, dies, and then he does as well. Like, I don't even...
That's the worst part, is it's not only Woody who gets, like, punished for his mistake there and his missed shot, his teammate dies as well. BK wasn't even able to find that kill on Case Locks, and it's ShindeN who get themselves up to 12, and this is the problem. It's just like a reoccurring thing with Woody on the AWP. I've seen it for a very long time. I mean, I think I've been casting Woody's games, I want to say since, like, 2021 when he was with Fluxo. Back in, like, Season 1 of CCT, Fluxo were farming South America at that point. They won like the first 4 series. He was actually on MIBR at the time, and then he went to Fluxo afterwards. But still, it's been a good like 3 years that I've been seeing Woody do this, and it's just difficult to kind of like find a way to put lipstick on the pig. I'm afraid it's still a pig. Not calling Woody a pig, everybody. It's just what's the word? An idiom, I think.
I think so.
Anyway. 12-10. Great chance here for ShindeN to finish off the job. Not going to be a better opportunity than this.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree with you, though. It's been going on for a long time. And I have nothing against Woody as a caller. I think he's very proficient in that role. But eventually you have to say, hey, guys, like, let's get someone else on the AWP to be able to contribute a little bit more and support the riflers. I mean, you get a strong offer on this squad, I think you're in a good spot. The question becomes, who do you get rid of after that? Like, who is the player you would swap out for an opper?
Woody.
In this rifle corps.
Make Coldzera the IGL.
Oh, so wow. You're going all in on the Woody
Sorry,
train
Woody.
there.
yeah, I've started the movement. It's true. The rumors are true. Let's see if ODDIK can find a way to find success here. Straight in towards the A bomb side of the back of utility. He's been blinded up by teammates. Flash. Naz will happily oblige. Oh my goodness, they've completely crumbled. An entire disintegration there from ShindeN, who were actually down, I want to say 10-7 at one point. And they just raced to victory from there by winning 6 rounds in a row.
That's insane. I mean, I thought there'd be a round from ODDIK to make it 24, but not even. And this one had some wild swings, right? We had the 4-1 lead for ShindeN, then ODDIK came roaring back, ended at 7-5 for the half, but we know how good ShindeN are on that CT side. I talked about it, the numbers are fantastic, and eventually, although it was a slow start, they activated and never looked back.
And again, have now inflicted another loss here for ODDIK on Nuke. That gets the streak up to double digits, and it felt like this should have been the day that the streak had ended. I mean, the one thing I will say is it means that ODDIK are kind of used to losing Nuke and having to win their series in 2-1 fashion if Nuke does feature in the pool, so it's not going to be like completely unfamiliar territory for them. And I mean, it is their Peck of Overpass to follow, which has been a pretty good map for them, so I guess there is still hope. Has to be.
I mean, yeah, I would say so, right? There's still the possibility of success here on the side of ODDIK, but I feel like going on to Overpass now, I just don't know, Hayes. I think that ShindeN have been pretty good on that map, so it's not necessarily a slam dunk for ODDIK.
That's actually a good point. Maybe it's not as guaranteed that we'll go to a third map as I'd initially thought. As you can see, the timer for that next map is already counting down. So we're going to have a short little intermission, and once the clock hits 0, we'll start to break down Overpass.
This is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. Feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
Map number 2 about to get underway here with ShindeN currently leading the series 1-0 off the back of an impressive performance on Nuke. It was their map pick though. We know that ODDIK have had their frailties on the map in the past, so it wasn't a shock to see them go down there. Maybe just in the fashion that they lost after having been up 10-7, but I mean, I guess, you know, we can ask some questions about what might have been if they were able to close out some of those clutches towards the tail end, but just didn't go their way, and therefore Nuke picked up by ShindeN. Now we go to Overpass, ODDIK's map pick, and I think I've seen enough to expect them to force a third from here.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, they played pretty well. Pank in particular over on Nuke, well enough to the point that we expected them to come out and win, but it was in the end ShindeN who had more firepower available on their CT side to close out the map. And now, yeah, I mean, we do go to Overpass. This has been much better for ODDIK. I mean, I just want to talk about it one last time. 10 losses in a row on Nuke, and they've gotten close. I mean, 23 or more rounds 6 times throughout that losing streak. Eventually it's going to end, but anyway. Now they move on to Overpass, where things have been a lot nicer. The grass is greener on Overpass for ODDIK. They won 7 in a row, or make that 6 in a row, before losing to the Red Canids just yesterday, 10-13. So they are vulnerable here, but if you look on the other side, ShindeN are also a pretty decent squad on Overpass. Have won 3 of the last 4, as we mentioned before we hit the break, and I feel like there's the possibility they can get the 2-0.
I just had a look at their statistics on Overpass. I'm not sure. I mean, they played the map 4 times, but they haven't played it in, what, like 2 months, I think? Just trying to pull it up again here.
That is true. That is true.
It's been a while. It's not like the most recent results for them. Also, just like a kind of a different level of opponents that they've beaten compared to what they're going to be going up against now. I mean, the one saving grace is that their individuals just look very good from top to bottom. So if they can bring that same sort of formula to Overpass, they can definitely cause some trouble.
Yeah, I think so too, but I do agree with you. You know, like the competition not that great on the side of ShindeN. I feel like certainly if they play the way they did on Nuke, that things could get somewhat interesting. And I mean, we're going to see it very shortly as the teams are getting ready to go here for the second map of action. But look, if we don't get a third map, given the way that first map played out, I think it'll be maybe of disappointment. And that third map will be Ancient if we need it. And that's where, I mean, I couldn't even pick a winner if you asked me to be quite honest. I mean, yes, ODDIK have been good there, but ShindeN are just as kind of serviceable on the map, and it could swing either direction, quite honestly. So, yeah, I feel like ShindeN have an opportunity to get a 2-0 here. Will they? I don't know. If you look at their results recently, they have been going 3 maps in most of their wins. They do have a couple of 2-0s sprinkled in there, but yeah.
My one kind of concern for ODDIK coming into a map like Overpass is obviously it's like a super AWP dominant map in general. In particular on the CT side, you want your AWPer to be the guy who's making plays, looking for opening kills consistently, just kind of disrupting the T side throughout the round, just finding some like offbeat timings, using like these weird off angles, always trying to like use the architecture to their advantage, falling back after they take fights. It's very difficult to kind of get that kill on an AWPer. Just not sure if Woody is that guy. He can have moments where he can have those pop-off kind of rounds, but they're going to need him to be close to his best year on Overpass today, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the rating on the side of IVs, for example, versus Woody, Woody's got like 1.12 rating actually on T side, which is a lot better than the CT rating of 0.97.
Very impressive. Is this on Overpass?
Yeah. This is specifically on Overpass.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mention that. Yeah. But then you look at Ivy's as well, and he's actually got a 1.22 rating on T side, but CT side also low at 1.00, which is weird.
What the hell, guys?
You'd expect it to be the other way around. So both of these guys struggling on the CT opping of Overpass.
Yeah, that just completely throws my point out the window. Boys, you're not helping me out here. CT side, I love AWPing on the CT side of this map. You ask most AWPers what their favorite half is to AWP on a map. I think most of them would probably say CT side Overpass these days. I mean, it's, CT Train used to have a lot going for it as an AWP. It still does have a bit, but
does, yeah.
I think at this point it has to be Overpass. So surprised to see those numbers what they are. I mean, obviously it's very good on the T side though, which is great. I mean, an AWP on the T side probably can contribute the most on a T side as well in a map like Overpass. You know, a lot of AWPers just stray away from the AWP in general on the T side, but Overpass is one of those maps where you can extract a lot of value out of it with how many long range gunfights there are to be taken.
Yeah, I'd say especially towards long A, right? Because it's so wide open and kind of free for the taking, so that Auburn's duels can be very prime in that spot, and you can win a lot of space for yourself, in particular when you're coming through on the T side. But yeah, I agree. The T side opping can absolutely work, although we do see a lot of teams lean away from it and go more towards the rifles. It is a map that you can absolutely welcome it on, like a Dust 2 or a Mirage, for example. Maybe closer to Mirage, because like Dust 2, you can double op or even triple op sometimes if you're feeling spicy. But Mirage is like, oh, you can T-side op, but you don't necessarily have to. And I feel like Overpass is in a similar spot, maybe slightly more than that because of the amount of angles you can take with it. But you still want that mobility, I think, because of the size of the map and how many rotations you can make so quickly, that having an op can be a little bit of an anchor, for example, sometimes, and not in the positive way.
Yeah, that is true. Hopefully not going to be much longer before we get underway here. ODDIK's map pick, looking to try and fight back and continue to march on here in the ECL South America Cup number 3. Of course, this is the lower bracket game. Winner of this gets into the lower final, and they play against the winner between Keystars and Gaming Gladiators. That's about to go to a second map as well. ODDIK would be looking for revenge against Keystars, right? They were the team who the team that dropped ODDIK down into the lower bracket in the first place. No, I lie, it was Red Cannons. Okay, it was Keystars that dropped ShindeN. That's right, yeah. Okay, I knew it was one of the two.
So ShindeN would get the opportunity if they win, right?
Yeah.
No, for sure. It looks like we're about to get into the action here, which, we're eagerly awaiting. There we go. First round of play, ShindeN ODDIK. ShindeN up 1-0 after their recovery on Nuke to pull it back and get the 13-10 win. And now they're looking for that 2-0.
Nice advantage for them that they get starts on the CT side here as well. So pressure going to be on ODDIK to make the plays and bring the fight to their opponents. Normally, the standard pistol round is the 4-1 split, 4 players B1 spot in the middle. It's going to be a variation here from the CT side. Arbors with his Julies finds contact, falls back immediately. In the meantime, Panka's gone down. That means Ivies can now almost just sit with his back turned to Fountain. In the meantime, ODDIK going to turn their back on that player as they shift their focus in towards B.
Naz has a chance to take a couple of fights here, but he's going to leave it to Nacho on the front facing, and then eventually swings, but he falls to Woody. This is good for ODDIK, honestly, and Woody and Coldzera combine for 3. Abyss and Ivy's the last two standing, and Ivy's just jumps on top of the sandbags. This is a desperate play. That might work out with Abyss finding Woody. Abyss looking for a follow-up eventually. He will be the one falling down, and Ivy's has a 1v3 clutch required in order to pull this one back.
Not going to happen, and there we go. 90 will finish it off in style, sliding on by, instant headshot. Nice adaptations and adjustments there from ODDIK on the fly. Kind of with the initial plan being shut down, they were able to come up with the first solution, which was then let's go B. Then they get smoked off on short. Then they just immediately have a response, which is go through Monster. Woody doesn't let go of W. Great pistol round from him to find those 2 devastating entry kills on the... Not going to force buy. I say interestingly enough because it means that they're going to get a gun round in the 3rd, but it'll be without an AWP. So then they're going to have to win a gun round to eventually earn that AWP, right? Otherwise it's going to come as late as the 5th round.
Oof. That's going to be tough for ShindeN. But, I mean, that'll also rely on the fact that Ivy's going to have an effective CT side with that AWP, right? Because we talked about his struggles as of late. Anyway, Case Locks jumping around, maybe exposing himself here, and yeah, he does. It doesn't really matter, though, because there are so many ODDIK players hovering in the vicinity that eventually these pistols will be overloaded. Naz, last one available. He's just trying to run away.
Not gonna happen though. Woody with the MAC-10 goes searching, doesn't actually realize he's just tucked himself into the corner. Gonna hear both the players passing him by. Does the petty start to drop? Do they realize, hang on, maybe we bypassed him?
Go to the site?
Doesn't have a kit though.
If he had a kit,
it could really spice things up. I guess he's maybe just looking for Case Locks' gun at this point. And it's a MAC-10. Womp womp.
Like, I mean, yeah. At this point, just go and try to do damage. Yeah, he tried. Doesn't happen. That'll do it. ODDIK get a second, and, well, nothing really doing at all for ShindeN on that round, aside from one frag. Third round coming up. There is that AWP. In fact, they did have enough. We forgot about the kill bonus, I guess. That adds up a little bit, or I don't know if it was that much, right? Because they only got one frag in that round.
$50, so
I mean, maybe that's the difference, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's got 150 in the bank, so I guess it wasn't the extra 50 that pushed him over the edge, but still, good to have that glass cannon nonetheless. Getting it earlier than what I was expecting, and I think it's going to be a big factor in play here for ShindeN if they're going to stand a chance making something happen off the CT side. Pank with some good pathing, hugging the wall. Make sure he doesn't leave himself exposed to Nacho. Drop off going to be heard, and ODDIK starts to take a bit of shape.
Actually, yeah, you're right. The extra frags don't have an impact at all. The reason he has an extra 150 is because of that frag bonus. So he would have had the glass cannon regardless. See if it works out for him. ShindeN, ooh, BK1 in a good spot. Woody, it's a nice flash, but he eats most of it as well. Naite tries to through him long, but it's a nacho fest as he's going to get 2, and then the third as well to cap off the round. That's going to give ShindeN their first in an explosive manner.
Yeah, I mean, all those kills come in super quick succession as well. That could have certainly gone either way, but ShindeN able to just hold their ground, get the frags necessary, and round over before it even began effectively. Going to be a reinvestment here for ODDIK on everybody bar case locks in terms of at least having desirable weapons. Going to be a Tech 9 for him. And a chance for ShindeN to string consecutive rounds together and get this campaign off the road.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of eyes on for IVs at this point, just because he could be a key contributor to a potential victory for ShindeN if he can find his opping form. And there we go. As I'm speaking about it, it comes to life. IVs with that frag onto Naite. 5v4 in favor of ShindeN. And you know, those aggressive duels, Hayes, that you take towards Fountain, you know, it's very common for operas to do that. And if you continue to find frags and success, you can lead your team to victory consistently. As Nacho's found another one, and look at this flank from Abyss. This is monstrous.
Yeah, they're just never going to expect this in a million days. Not this early on in the round. They're still fully focused on trying to get in towards the speed bomb site. Bomb carrier could be left exposed. I say nobody's going to expect this. Cold Zero, he's got nothing else to hold, so he is peering in this direction.
How?
Arbers is going to walk straight into the crosshair, but he still wins the gunfight anyway. Can't get out of dodge, but the damage is done.
That's insane to me that Cold is watching that, but you're right. He had nothing else to watch. He was like, all right, well, see what's happening on the flank. We don't have anyone there, so maybe they walk through, and they did, but he still loses that. Oh, man. I guess that's CS2 for you. Peeker's advantage. 34 seconds left. ODDIK, I don't think they're getting anything here. This looks like it's going to be a save, and ShindeN have 2 in a row.
Exactly what they needed to actually solidify the start here, because if they lose the round straight after winning one, then it's back to square one at that point. Keeping majority of their players alive here again, as was the case in their previous success. And both Woody and Caselock surviving is fine, but it also just means that they're now going to be disconnected from their team financially, so that they're not going to get any money at the end of the round. The team force around them, do they just kind of use these as hero AKs and then buy in the round after? Problem is, it's just always going to be like either a 2-3 split or a 3-2 split as far as their weapons are concerned.
Yeah, I think you just run with the rifles and hope that works. There's really... Okay, well, Pank has forced up, so I imagine the rest are going to as well. It's an interesting spot for the lost one. Okay, there we go. Okay, order has been restored.
Yeah.
Pank sells everything. It's the right decision, though. Like, you can't keep forcing up. You have to keep things healthy in terms of the economy. And, I mean, Case Locks and Woody could still do a lot of damage here, and, well, they won't, though. Abyss, at least Woody's gone. Burns in the fire, and Abyss gets 2 more. Everything eliminated. Nothing the AKs can do. Naite, last one standing, could get the offer, but no. Ivy's hits the no-scope, and this is just bad news across the board for ODDIK.
I mean, such fine margins there for Arbers, right? Because it's either he just gets completely overwhelmed initially, and then ODDIK just charge up lowers, and then Ivy's is in a really awkward position, or he just completely holds his ground and is able to get all the frags. First 2 was a great return already. The fact that he just extends even further forward and gets 2 more kills is outrageous. Fantastic work. ShindeN get themselves a lead, and now we see that, like, brutal economic position that ODDIK found themselves in, coming back to bite them.
I mean, yeah, no, if they forced up in the previous one, it could be worse in this instance, but there's Ivy's. He's going to connect on another one. That no-scope, like, fueling him. He's had an opening frag in 2 of the last 3 rounds, and that's exactly what you want from your Opera on overpass. Abyss pops out a connector, gets a couple. Oh, my goodness, finally put down, but it's a 4v2 off of that play. Naite and Woody. Will they expect Nacho? There's no way. I mean, Naite's looking there, but not expecting it. It was more of his pathing down into connector. Nacho finds his head, and Woody is alone.
Yeah, and almost on the polar opposite side of the map is the bomb right now, and it's going to be Naz to finish off the job. ShindeN with 4 rounds in a row start to give ODDIK something to worry about. I mean, how dominant have these rounds been from ShindeN? I don't think they've lost more than 1 player in the 4 rounds they've won so far. I mean, in each round, that is.
I think
nobody going down in this one or the previous. So I think it's like 2 kills in the past 4 rounds for ODDIK, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're on the money there. Looking at their score lines. They're going to call a timeout because they've realized as well things are going badly. And they need to stabilize their economy quickly.
Yeah. And who was the chief destroyer on Nuke for ODDIK that kind of gave them a chance? Was Pank, right?
Yes.
He's yet to get a kill here on overpass, and he was the one shining light that you thought that maybe you'd be able to rely on here as ODDIK, but he just hasn't pitched up yet. Still pretty early days, but this should be a 5-2 scoreline as we head into another gun round, unless they can find a way to make the upgraded pistols work.
Oof. I mean, it is a CT-sided map. We know that. This is not unusual to see this type of scoreline come through, but, you know, looking purely at the numbers, it's a respectable T side from ODDIK. 49.6% of their T rounds are wins. They are far below that for now. Oh, no. Abyss, no way! How does Woody miss those shots? They were free! Abyss turns on him afterwards, gets the 2K. Everything going wrong for ODDIK in the first few rounds here.
Yeah, that just completely sucks for Woody. Not the first time we've seen him miss a shot that almost cost his teammate their life. At least Arbors will still go down, but the round has just got nothing going for it here out of ODDIK's perspective. Again, just 1 kill in the past. 3 kills now in the past 5 rounds for ODDIK, rather. This is what's capsizing. This has to be the gun round, right? Where they put a stop to the rot that's starting to set in.
You have to. You have to. Because, look, it would take ShindeN winning out, right? In order to get double digits here in this first half. But it's a possibility with the way they have played so far in their gun rounds, especially, you know, if they shut this one down in a convincing way. I mean, ODDIK are in big trouble. Good utility thrown, though, and there we go. Pank has awoken here for his first, but he's immediately isolated. Then a flashbang into connector blinds Woody, but they don't capitalize off it. In the meantime, Naite is taking the space that's afforded to him over at Long Ivy's. Might peek this at a perfect time. Naite's holding for it, but it doesn't matter anyway because his head has been splattered against the wall. Ivy's going to swing around that corner and get to safe haven.
Oh, Cold Zero missing a key opportunity to punish and get the trade. Prolonged gunfight doesn't look great. No one can best Arbors at this point, man. That's a 4 versus 2 now. ODDIK barely even getting any map control, let alone even being able to think about the execute. IV's just always in the right place at the right time. Doesn't seem to have heard the scoping from Woody, but it doesn't matter because Arbors will be there to get the kill. We'll continue to keep a tally because it's very easy. 4 kills in 6 rounds now, ODDIK. What doing, boys?
Well, we got a tech pause coming through, so maybe that's what it is. Technical issues have prevented them from getting frags. Something has to explain it because this has been very difficult for them, especially considering they had the opener. Look at this. I mean, just absolutely on lock from IVs. And then he gets the follow-up on case locks too, which you already mentioned. I mean, that is phenomenal for this ShindeN side. And we are seeing buy-ups come through, which means that I'm assuming the tech pause is about to end. I did hear typing. So yeah, should be back into the action very, very shortly. Still, it continues to look better and better for this side of ShindeN. I feel like ODDIK need 4. 2 more rounds on T side.
Yeah, I think that
competitive.
I'm there. I think that's a pretty good like baseline for ODDIK. Anything less than that feels like it could be game over in the first half, especially if it's double digits. I mean, if ShindeN just go 10-2 from here, just wrap it up and call it a day. Problem is, like, Ivies and Arbors just seem to be in flow state. Like, these guys are just unplayable at the moment, and that's the duo that's defending. I mean, I'd like to say the A-bomb side, but they're always a lot further forward than the A side in towards bathrooms and lowers, and that's why ODDIK just haven't even been able to get a look in on the A-bomb side, let alone try and set foot in on A. This is incredibly dominant.
I mean, this is just how we've seen Overpass played both in the present and past, right? Where you take that aggressive control towards Fountain and then you get into Connector and you don't allow any space towards the A site because you're already taking fights before the T's have a chance to really maneuver their way out. It's just really nicely done from ShindeN and shows why they've had some significant success on their CT side, Overpass, even though it's a limited sample size, only 4 maps. And yes, it was, 2 months ago, like you mentioned, but 71% of their CT rounds were wins throughout that time. So, I mean, it bears mentioning again because of how good it's been and how good it looks here.
And we're seeing it come to fruition right now against ODDIK, which would be their most impressive sculpt to date on the map. Eco round now for ODDIK. Could this bear some sort of fruit? BK1 this time says, yeah, I've seen Arbors in the kill feed. He's been getting a lot of kills in lows. Maybe I should set myself up there. Arbors goes in towards long, sees the Desert Eagle of Cold and says, yeah, I might just hang around for a fight. Just supremely confident right now on the side of ShindeN.
They do fall off the early aggression because they're like, look, they've got pistols, guys. We've done damage. We've gotten a frag. There's no reason for us to get impatient here. So they do rescind some of that control and wait for ODDIK to come to them. ODDIK are grouping up now, looking like they want to head to B. Utility's decent, so they will get at least some modicum of an execute here. Pank, the only one with the smoke, though, so it'll be relying on the flashbangs and the Molotovs. Okay.
It's one way to get the kill upgrades to the AK. Doubles down, looking for a third. Bang on the money. Fantastic entry duty there from Pank off the back of an opening kill. The Brazilian rifler has just devastated the defense on that B-bomb side. Plant secured. Ivies does hit a nice shot there as Woody looks to try and cross back into this B-bomb side. Why are we feeding him right now, boys? Let's just lock this in with the numbers. Super low health on basically all 3 players. So probably quite fortunate that Ivies has the AWP right now, but you've got to worry about Arbors. Not for any longer, though. Wow.
Oh, look, Ivies might have some information here that they're low, and doesn't matter anyway. Pank, the 4K, he is the reason why ODDIK win this round. We called him out and said, hey, this is the player we thought would start popping off on this map based on his performance on Nuke, and finally, he does in such a way, and again, in a round where we don't really expect that to happen. They rely on some really nicely thrown flashbangs, the Molotovs as well, and the Tech 9, the advantage you have on the run. And that's what gives Pank his first. He grabs a gun off the ground and immediately fires away for 2 more. So very nicely done for him. At least ODDIK have a signs of life, but the money is so good for ShindeN because of the manner they were winning their rounds that they're just going to go right back to the buy-up. And there's Ivies again. Another opener. This time he won't escape, though. He does eventually fall to Naite, so it's down to a 4v4.
Yeah, you take that there if you're ODDIK being able to remove Ivies, just going 1-for-1. Arbors in towards low as he's really made this part of the map his home so far. Not much discretion from him either. Maybe one of the better opportunities here for ODDIK, right? Not having to try and scale forward with an AWP waiting for them on the other side around the corner. As they go through the motions and processes, Arbors has been really good in lowers so far. This time, though, Cold Zero just commits to a big wide swing, pulls his crosser off the angle. BK1 should be a dead man, and he absolutely is. ODDIK man advantage as they look to close the gap even further.
Yeah, and you see Nacho actually pushing up long, which may not be the worst of plays, because perhaps he can catch them fading back from long towards site, but he doesn't know that they're headed here yet. So eventually actually going into the bathrooms here, Naz telling him, look, no one's B. Maybe we can get a pincer attack going, and this will work out for us. Actually, okay, Naite's watching it, so it should be fine. The problem is he's not watching short bathrooms. No one is. Coldzera's a dead man.
Yeah, and
Yep,
he's going to
there
be
he
able
goes.
to execute him, but he himself doesn't expect anybody to path back in towards bathrooms. It's going to be Nighty has to clutch. He's not going to be able to. Nacho with a round-winning play there. You were highlighting his decision-making to go back round, long abandon that A-bomb site, commit to the flank. He able to thread the needle through the gap there and find a way to win the round for his team.
That's wild. I thought he was going to get traded, right? As you did as well, but he doesn't. And he gets a second for himself and ends up going the entire way of ShindeN. They don't lose a single body in that attempted retake. Both players standing, and a 7th round found, isolating ODDIK's 3rd round victory. This is, again, another critical one for ODDIK. I'd say if they don't win it, it'll be down to round number... I won't be down to... Yeah, obviously this will be tough for this last round of the half, right? Because,
Yeah, I mean, it would probably be 9-3.
yeah. Goodness me. They need a bomb plant here.
Okay, I'm back. Had a little bit of a hitch there. All's well and ends well. ODDIK hoping that they don't hitch on this round as they set themselves up for an exec in towards the deep bomb site. There's going to be a break on smoke. Not going to go for the flash anyway. Naz and Nacho combine, able to go 2 for 1 between them.
Nice flash. Ooh, a little bit of lag on my side this time. And Naite will get the capitalization onto Nacho and BK1. Ivy's jumps down. How's that not a connection? How was that not a shot that hit? Goodness me, even Ivy's probably scratching his head here. Abiz trying to go for the clutch, gets the first. That's the healthy player called Zaragon. There's still another healthy one in Pank, and Abiz readjusts out of heaven. He's headed towards walkway instead, and the bomb still needs to be planted. Pank gonna grab that. Naite, the low HP player, left alone. Abiz waits and watches, biding his time.
Question is, can he catch somebody off guard as he swaps across in towards Graffiti? Very good double peek between Nighty and Pank to ensure there's no way for Arbors to get both those kills at the same time. ODDIK desperately fighting tooth and nail right now to realize the 7-5 halftime scoreline. But they've got that 4th round. That's what we kind of said as the benchmark in terms of the bare minimum for ODDIK, and they've made it happen.
It is just the bare minimum, though, and getting a 5th would be a lot better for them going on to a CT side that has been very nice. So, let's see if they can find that 5th. Still plenty of cash for ShindeN. They've got enough for another round, even, maybe if they had another round in this half. But of course, the last one, Naite, oh my goodness, how do you let him hit that transfer? He had a day and a half to transfer down to Abiz, and he pulls it off. Naite even gets the 3rd. Towards BK1, and this is all ODDIK.
Yeah, this has got ODDIK written all over it. It was a good start to the half initially, being able to win the pistol and the conversion, and then was a hot streak from ODDIK 6 in a row. They then lost to the Eco, and that's kind of been like the lifeline here for ODDIK, the injection that they needed to start to get into the game. Naz in the jump spot does see the low health of Nighty. It's not really connecting on the shots necessary. Nade not gonna land on the mark either. He will still go for a jiggle, and he's able to at least isolate the
No, you're not
going
gonna lose this round.
Case locks as well. Barely any room to maneuver, but he has been able to create safe passage back into bank.
1v1. Coldzera gets that shot onto Naz. He lost the previous 2 1v1s he's played. He needs the win now. Nacho overlooked. Coldzera gone. Nacho wins the duel 8-4 for ShindeN. That was a 4v2 in favor of ODDIK that completely evaporates. What a horrible way for them to end off the half, but we head to the break, and hopefully for their sake they'll be able to recover.
The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens when Oh, I could run this town. Oh, I could run this town. Oh, I could run this town. How will I get out of the jungle? Everybody wanna stop me. 10 more steps up the mountain. Now everybody's looking for me. Spend my life in the desert till something changed inside of me. Now I'm flying over oceans. Everybody looking at me. I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh. I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Full power, get louder. I'ma get stronger, just watch me. Full power, get louder. I'ma get stronger, just watch me. Every hour, no doubter. Gonna hear my song, just watch me. Every hour, no doubter. I can run this town. Somebody give me the key. Oh, I can run this town.
All right, second half of Overpass about to get underway. It's ShindeN who are in control. They're 5 rounds away from eliminating ODDIK from Cup number 3 here in South America. It's not as good as done, I'd say, though. T-side of Overpass can be a cruel mistress.
It can be, but when you're losing 2-man advantages multiple times, that's not doing yourself any favors. Naite will get the opener on this CT side pistol. Ivy's gone. Ness, response, maybe? Hits the shoulder a couple of times and then finds his head taken clean off. So looking pretty solid for the CT side, as we would expect, I would say. We already talked about it, you just mentioned it. Case-Lock's waiting in the shadows. Naite going to do the work on the forward fight. And, well, Case-Lock's does fall. It's still a 4v2 in favor of ODDIK. And now a 4v1.
Naite has just done it all here in this round. I'm surprised. I mean, he gets the first frag, he's taken a lot of damage in the process, but just continues to get kills. Nacho abandoning the bomb, still trying to chase the ghost of Naite, but he himself should be taken down in a couple moments' time, right? Yeah, well, not in that instance. We'll get the kill over Woody, but that's about it, as ODDIK do open up with a pistol. Run both pistol rounds here now on Overpass. That one felt like a necessity, though.
Yeah, no question. I mean, they need to get things started off on the right foot here. ShindeN, I would imagine, are not going to force up here after losing the pistol and not getting a bomb plan, and that is the case. So it's just going to be the Glocks. Could just try for a quick push or pop towards the B site and hope for a bomb plant. But as it stands, it looks like they're going to do something maybe a little more ambitious, and that's going to be trying to head out towards A. Oh my goodness, what a nade. That's the risk you take when you go into Playground. Those nades can be so devastating.
Yeah, a couple players like crawling their way through the rest of the round now. I mean, Woody is in an advanced position with the MP9. He's going to be able to hold his own, though. He's got support here from 90 as well. All's well and ends well. Oh, they're going to be opening up both halves favorably, winning the pistol in both and converting both as well. Ivy's does get rid of the rifle, though. That's nice decision-making there from him. As the penny drops and ODDIK realize, yeah, but the housekeeping came through from him.
It's such a micro decision in the moment, like being like, throw the gun away. That's it. Done. I mean, it's a good call. Very smart play. You're forcing more money to be spent here on the side of ODDIK, and now you've got your guns out. Let's see if ODDIK can get the stop when the rifles are in play. And we already talked about it. Ivy's actually had a really good CT side compared to his usual performances here with the AWP. And now he's on his strong side with that 1.22 rating we talked about. I'm not sure if it's with the op or just with the rifle that he's getting that rating, but either way, he becomes even more threatening.
Naz should be dead. Yeah, found out by the boost. At least BK1's able to get a kill elsewhere there. Just straight through the monster smoke, evidently. Such a brutal boost, right? That one where you can just do it on the edge of the sandbags and tuck yourself in behind the pillar, so it's not even like you're always exposed. You can just kind of like step out and take the fights on your terms.
ShindeN are really slowing things down now. 56 seconds left. They've rerouted towards Fountain and now short and long A. Only one player here. So, I mean, rotations are fast on Overpass. That's why it's so CT-sided. But Woody, if he gets overloaded quickly and the util is good, which, I mean, they have a smoke and couple of Molotovs, they could take this site and get the plant very quickly. Woody misses the shot. Ugh, we've seen that too often this series. And now that'll open up the space potentially for ShindeN to come through. Coldzera's trying to close the gap and he can't connect his shots either. This is so problematic for ODDIK.
Good respect of the line as well, not overstepping the mark, recognizing that they've forced Woody back into bank. Arbors through the smoke will just tear his head right off, though. I don't think you even attempt this if your case locks in 90. You just got to be thinking about saving your weapons. That's why he's picked up the AWP, and they'll now head for the proverbial hills. ShindeN win the first gun round to make sure they keep some good distance between themselves and ODDIK.
I hate to, focus on Woody again here, but that's a shot you need to be hitting. Like, if you're going to be anchoring down the A site with the op, you need to make sure you're a lock for shots where the player's literally just walking into the angle that you're holding, and he can't hit it. And now they're trying to hang on to these guns. Case Lock's probably dead. He is. Naite managed to survive for now, but he's going to be chased down, and there it falls. No gun saved over is kind of rough for ODDIK because they won't be able to afford the op here. And it will be 9-6 for ShindeN.
And it feels like the hopes of ODDIK here on Overpass, and I guess with the series at large, actually hinge on this round then, right? Because if they lose this, 10-6, no money, 11-6, that honestly could be an unassailable lead for ShindeN at that point. So feels like they've got the game in the palm of their hands. It's not the first time we've seen them call a tactical timeout before a gun round when they've actually won a round before that as well. We saw it happen on Nuke. And it's cool to see that they use their pauses in this fashion as well. They don't only use them when the wheels are about to come off to, get the spanner out, grab the spare tire, figure out some sort of a solution. They're just fine-tuning the engine right now, man.
Yeah, it's the second time they've called a timeout when they're in the lead and they just kind of want to talk things over on their T sides to note, right? Where they want to get their strategies in order and make sure that everything is good to go. And I appreciate that from BK1. It's not the first time I've seen it. That's how they like to play. Never taking anything for granted.
Another reason I like it is that when you're a team who only use your pauses when things are going wrong, whenever there's a pause called, there's just that immediate association with, we've paused, things are going really badly right now. Exactly, there's a negative association with it. So it's good to see them using it in a few different kinds of ways. Anyway, round here for ODDIK of utmost importance as they look to play on the front foot clearly.
Naite and Pank very aggressive towards Fountain. I mentioned this, it can work very well if you hit your shots. But look how aware ShindeN are of this. They get the immediate trade onto Pank. Will they expect Naite as well? It doesn't look like it at all. This could be the spanner in the works that ends the round. And oh no, oh my god. He almost gets knifed. That would have been absurd. Now they know he's here and they'll take care of that. That is a lot less damage than I thought Naite would get.
Yeah, me too.
Wow.
And it's almost like fortunate for ShindeN that a player has to give up his life to get the kill. You can hear the ticks in chat.
Yeah,
they're having a bit of a back and forth about that one. Look at this. Woody has told his two teammates to stay in on the B bomb site while he resides over towards A all by himself with only a 5-7. He's now spotted presence. He's seen two players, still not calling for any rotations.
Yeah, I feel like he's confident he can hold them back with that smoke and the shots fired, but I don't know. Now the rotations will come through. Woody's creeping up slowly but surely, but gets very little out of that 5-7. He's allowed coldzera the time to rotate, though, but the flashbang is perfect. coldzera doesn't expect the player on Van. I don't know why I didn't hear it. That's Truck, excuse me. But either way, coldzera is eliminated, and it's another round going the way of ShindeN. You talked about it. If ODDIK lose that, it is going to spell trouble, and they do lose it.
Yeah, that's trouble with a capital T. Maybe even the entire word capitalized, because this is now getting very concerning for ODDIK. I mean, just look at the individual kill count for ODDIK again. We've got the same sort of effect we had on Nuke, where it was Pank just dominating and everybody else languishing. This time it's Nighty, who's up to 20 kills. Nobody else even touching double digits. No one else even that close, really. Another one-man army for ODDIK. We need some more supporting actors here.
It's very, very unusual because this is typically a team that looks pretty well practiced with their rifle core. And I mean, in the end on Nuke, it did start to activate, right? We saw coldzera getting in the mix. Case Locks had his moments, Naite as well. But now, with only one player still late in this, well, I don't want to say late in the second half, but later on in this map, I don't know what they need to do to activate. Obviously, the op hasn't been strong for them on overpass CT side, so I don't think that's going to work. They need another rifler to step up, and I would say you got to look towards coldzera. This is the player that is kind of touted as that star. We talked about it at the beginning. Top-rated player on the squad. That's why they brought him in, to do damage, and he needs to be doing that here.
Yeah, we just haven't seen him deliver in that fashion throughout the series yet. We've seen some glimpses, but really nothing like material. Lost 2 big 1v1s, one a lot more difficult than the other. The other one was a 3v1 he brought down to a 1v1. Great attempt. The next one on Yuki probably should have won. Big moment here. Door opened up by Case Locks, and BK1 crunches in through from the short tunnel. First blood drawn. And that was the one rifle that ODDIK had, right? So already removed and unrecoverable.
Yeah, that's very tough. Still the scout for Woody. And okay, that flashbang wasn't great. Pank gets 2. coldzera another. The pistols are singing here for ODDIK in the unlikeliest of rounds. They've made it a 4v2. The problem is they can't recover the rifles. There's still an advantage here to be found for ShindeN, and Abiz will capitalize on one. Nacho's trying to do the same in support of his teammate. Needs to get it quickly, and eventually Abiz finds it. Nacho gets the other, and because they can't recover the rifles, that 2-man advantage is nullified. ShindeN still pull off the round.
Honestly, even though they couldn't get the rifles, I still didn't think that there was any chance for Nacho and others. I mean, those fights were all being taken concurrently there. They were all being taken at the exact same time. Somehow, they're actually able to kind of keep their composure and cross-cover one another, cross-check one another.
Yeah, it is strong.
Yeah, it's super strong from them. Really sharp shooting. They continue to just take damage in the process, but in the end, it's ODDIK who dropped the ball. That could be a really big moment here.
20 HP combined at the end. Didn't even realize that. Like, they were getting peppered down by those pistols.
How does Case Locks not have a gun here? Did he get a hero M4? I thought he had survived the previous round and carried the gun over.
He was a hero M4, I believe, yeah.
Okay, alright. I don't think they have the luxury of going for a hero M4 when you're down 11-6, or I guess it would have been 10-6 in that instance, but it's looking like it's not going to cost them here. This all-important gun round, the last bastion of hope here for ODDIK, looks like it might hold on.
Maybe. They've lost some 2-man edges already here in this map, albeit mostly in that first half. Boost is on for Cold. He's still looking around, not just playing with the door. Like, you want to look here? Look here. All right, I'm not here anymore, but you can keep looking. He's going back up into connector. Naite defending the A site with Pank, and that's a flashbang thrown by Nacho to try and draw rotations, because this is going to finish towards B. Colts is still on the boost. That's insane. And he gets headshotted by Ivies. Nice play there, but the health is very low for ShindeN.
Wonder if there's any world in which they just consider saving from here and then going all in on the next. Doesn't look like it. They want to roll the dice. I just don't see any world in which this round is going to work out for them, though. And yeah, Woody able to lay down the law. Good multi-kill coming through from him to keep ShindeN at bay and keep ODDIK in the game, as they have been able to wrestle themselves the 7th. And off the back of all the economic damage dealt in the rounds that they've been losing, they actually just immediately reset ShindeN's economy.
Yeah, and ShindeN's going to go for a force buy, though. They're like, nope, we're trying for this. We feel confident, and I can't blame them for the way this half has gone. Typically, their T side doesn't necessarily find a crazy amount of success, but, 42% isn't that bad. I believe it's around 42% in terms of their T-round win percentage. So let's see if they can build off of a force buy now and get a 12th. Util's pretty good for BK1, IVs, and Naz. Trying to go fast here. Biz is. I mean, he's already in towards construction. And you have those smokes being tossed towards a B site.
I mean, ODDIK have done pretty well to actually hold on overpass. It's all for nothing if they lose to this force buy, though.
Yeah.
This is the round that they have to win to just keep themselves in the contest. They should be able to draw within 2 following rounds. Should be an anti-eco. As for ShindeN, it's a strength in numbers approach. 4 players just banded together here, heading in towards the safe bomb site. Currently, it's 90 and Cold Zero, so the 2 rifles in position.
Kind of want to see Abiz make more of a move towards that B site to really sell it. But I mean, we've already got 3 players committed in that direction. Nacho finds Naite as well. The hero AK striking. That's another rifle on the ground as well. And a 5v4 advantage. Only Cold left on the site, and he hasn't been that potent throughout this. Abiz waits long enough, and the waiting game works for him. He makes it a 5v3 now, and they're going to go B. Rotating all the way over. Abiz has called them over. Although, Woody does get a frag. Naz hanging around towards A. They've gone back to A. They're bamboozling even me. ShindeN going to plant the bomb. 4v2. I feel like ODDIK have to save.
I completely agree with you. Look at their finances. This should be impossible for them. Case Locks and Woody looking to try and combine to find a way back into the bomb site. Time ticking away. No kip between them either, I don't think. So this is impossible. This is just futile. This is looking like a play being made by a team that have probably accepted their fate. Why have you not saved your guns, boys? ShindeN brutalize ODDIK. Such quick, rapid-fire decision-making there.
Yes.
I mean, initially trying to go A, then the lurk gets a kill on B. They try to go back to B. He dies. Naz still commits A. He finds another kill there. And they're able to seamlessly chop and change without kind of tripping over themselves.
Yeah, I think that's impressive. I mean, just in the moment, making a couple of, like you mentioned, split-second decisions. Abiz had the space on B. If he gets that frag on Woody, they immediately will charge into the site and continue their pathing. But because he doesn't, they flip on a dime, go back in towards the A site. Naz still in that direction. I think they wanted to leave him behind as a lurk anyway. He gets a frag, so it works out in the A site's direction, and they just continue powering forward. I mean, no one else was left at that point because Cold had just fallen. They try to go for the retake, which they really shouldn't have. Should have just gone for the save, and you're seeing the result of that. 3 A1Ss, the FAMAS, and the 5-7 are their last bastions of hope, although Naite somehow strings 2 together. Nacho and BK1 eliminated.
Yeah, who else but Naite again on the front lines, again hunting for some opening kills there, and he's going to find 2. Arbor's going to try and make his way through Monster. Pank just jump spotting, has realized there's a player there though. Should be no way back for ShindeN in this round. ODDIK going to have to hold on for 5 in a row.
Lock's going to get caught here. Oop, okay. Gets the information on Abiz, but I mean, Abiz again doing a good job on the lurk, keeping focus on himself, not allowing them to find that frag, and letting his teammates slip in towards the short bathrooms. It's being watched by Naite on the site, but he is low, and Woody doesn't know they've gotten past him. Maybe will now. You think he will eventually? Yeah, now he does, and he'll turn on a dime and take care of Naz. That almost got really, really scary, and it should be done now. Maybe not.
1v5?
IVs. Can he pull this off?
He ain't got it in him, right? Surely not. I mean, he's been fantastic on the map so far. Cold Zero's gone through the smoke. Ivy's might catch a glimpse of him. Cold Zero trading positions, turns back and realizes something is amiss. And he'll finish off the job. If anybody, Ivy's probably would have been the man. But it is going to be ODDIK who hold on for another round and should be an anti-eco here as well.
Yeah. You'd think, but, ShindeN did win their force buy, so I don't know. Ivy's... Honestly, if he has one more glance to his right, I'm surprised he didn't take another one. He would have had that frag and then made a very real run at ending the map right there. But instead, Coldzera is the one that turned first. And he finds the important one. It will be an eco for ShindeN. 3 nades, though. It might try to throw them for the boost spot. Yeah, there it goes. Oof. Tons of damage. They were hoping for a frag there, and they almost got it.
Yeah, it feels like they deserved it. I really like those sorts of options in your eco rounds. They had a little bit of extra money, and instead of all getting, like, small upgrades on their pistols, I think all getting those HE grenades was a better option. ODDIK, or rather Woody, could get overwhelmed. He does. That's an AWP now recovered for Nacho. So far, advanced in the front lines there. Puts himself in some dangerous territory.
Probably wanted to pass that over to Ivy's, but Ivy's is still towards that B site, so he'll just hang on to the op. He is the low HP player too, so it makes sense. Probably just play the buddy system, I'd imagine. Hope that you get a peek, and if the opper dies, you grab it again, you try once more. 45 seconds left. ODDIK, 2 players on A, 2 towards B. Even numbers on each side. Should have a relatively easy time dealing with these Glocks, just that op in play creates that wild card factor where you never know which way it's going to go.
Yeah, it kind of gives them a glimmer of hope, right?
Yeah.
Give you the 2 Glocks to go in first to try and locate the CTs and then let the AWP clean up from there, but not going to happen. Nice timing on the roundabout there from coldzera.
Oh.
And Arba's now going to pick up the open head for the heals. This is actually a good decision.
Oh, I would have liked it if he kept it, honestly. Maybe he still would have died anyway. He's going to try and get this bomb plant. Nate could get a frag here. It does. Bomb planted as well? No way. That's a bomb plant out of what was insane. Just an eco round with only the Glocks. I can't believe he pulls that off, and they get 3 frags. So super expensive for ODDIK. I mean, look, it's already themselves with their backs against the wall, so maybe that won't matter too much as they're trying to recover the AWP now, but it's not there anymore. It's been thrown away. So actually ends up being a very smart play.
I think that you're bang on that he was probably going to die if he had tried to save the gun because of 90 who's coming through from the back lines there. So he probably would have been able to get the kill. So, I mean, he gets a frag with the HE grenade and the bomb plant. Yeah, best case scenario, I reckon. 12-9, another opportunity, another really good chance here for ShindeN to finish off the job as they're going to have weapons across the board. Lose this, 12-11, anti-eco, lose this, sorry, 12-10, anti-eco, 12-11. So basically 2 rounds, 2 gun rounds here between ODDIK and overtime.
I mean, ODDIK have been competitive to say the least. It's just that, you know, it's taken too long for the secondary pieces to activate on their side. It was Naite carrying them forward here to 20 with 25 frags and Ponk on Nuke. Now finally you have like Woody starting to make some noise, coldzera as well, but you needed that a little bit sooner because now it'll require 3 in a row just to get overtime. And ShindeN are relaxing at the opening moments of this round. They're waiting to see what's going to come their way. If ODDIK get aggressive, they're not, which is kind of surprising, especially considering the heavy lean they have right now on B.
I think it's just down to the fact that 90 has been so active in the early round that they may be just a bit conditioned. They're a bit more tentative because of how effective he's been in towards Party and Fountain in particular. As they do start to clear out this part of the map and now focus their attention in towards long. 90 is still hanging around in toilet, so he's not playing too passively. It looks like Pank is going to rotate up as well. Time ticking away, and ShindeN haven't advanced all that much yet. Be leaving this one particularly late. It's going to be all the eggs in one basket. It's going to be numbers up long for the exec. And ODDIK are very well poised to deal with what's coming their way.
He's going to sail out, does a decent amount of damage to BK1 and Nacho, but they're not going to stop here. Full-on execute coming through. Pank overloaded, no chance at all. Nacho blindsides him. Cole has to turn around eventually. He's focused so much on short bathrooms, but all of the presence is coming towards the site. Naite gets one. Case locks another, but again it's a 3v3. They don't expect coldzera there as well, but we are going to continue going back and forth until it is a 2v1, and finally coldzera having significant impact at an important time, giving ODDIK a 10th.
Oh man, what an important round there for coldzera to come alive in the big way. No bomb plant either makes this next round that much easier for ODDIK as they're in pursuit of overtime. Don't mind the option there from ShindeN. I mean, maybe a little bit too predictable with how much space they give up. The one thing I was surprised is how they just didn't expect any CTs to kind of be towards like flowers or bathrooms. It seems like they were just fully focused on bank and dumpster, and just discounting those positions really did cost them.
If they put more focus on it early on, then they would have just blindsided 2 players and it would have been their rounded map, right? And in series too. But instead, now we move on. They're trying to get these Tech 9s to activate, and that will not succeed at all. Case Locks and Punk taking care of business. Get to see Punk awakening here as BK1 only gets 1 before he falls. Quad kill for Punk on the anti-eco. Here we go. Down to the wire. It took 23 rounds on Nuke, and it's taken 24 at least here on Overpass.
Yeah, like you say, at least. Could be more, should be more. Feels like we're trending in the direction of overtime. ShindeN are going to use a timeout here before the final round of regulation to see if they can come up with some sort of a plan, some sort of a way to get the job done here at their last opportunity. It was 12-7 at the most one-sided. 5 map and series points at that stage. They've whittled down to just 1 now. ODDIK, they're going to be hoping they haven't come this far just to come this far.
Yeah, oftentimes we see it. But we are ready to go here with what could be the final round of the series. ShindeN, a little limited in terms of the hardware with 3 Galils, but they've got all the utility and 2 AKs around them. Nade's going to sail through immediately from ODDIK, going for the aggressive control in the early parts of the round. Don't see anything, though, and fade off very quickly. They don't want to take too much time going into Fountain unless they found something quickly, and they didn't.
Yeah, probably want to try and progress forward a bit quicker this round compared to what we saw in the previous. And I think that they're going to finish the round on the B bomb site here. Arbus does step out, Pank jiggling. Going to get forced off the angle, not able to drop that smoke grenade, but it's okay. It would have been premature anyway. A lot of ground being given up here by ODDIK, more than what we're used to seeing from them on the CT side so far. Like I speculated, this one's going to end over towards B, but ShindeN have forced ODDIK to rotate an extra player up towards A. Although he is now going to recommit in towards this B bomb site. What Woody has found the lurker, and now it's all eyes on B.
This is really good for ODDIK. You got this round, honestly, favoring you, I would say 70-30. Punk waiting here, double setup towards Monster. Nice flashbang though, beautifully tossed. It doesn't matter anyway. The bodies will fall, and overtime feels like an inevitability. Ivy's last one standing, 1v5, 18 seconds. What can you do? Nothing at all. Woody's op is finally connecting as well, and we head to overtime. All those opportunities for ShindeN fall by the wayside.
Yeah, and ODDIK are going to breathe a massive sigh of relief. I mean, especially considering they looked like a team at one point where they'd almost just like waved the white flag in that 4v2 retake where they just attempted that futile retake on the A-bomb side. They both died. I thought, yeah, this is looking like a team who might be checked out mentally, but evidently not. Able to fight their way back, winning 5 rounds in a row. Fantastic work from them. All right, cool.
I'll keep going till my feet become blown. I'll keep going till my feet become blown. I'll keep going till my feet become blown. I'll keep going till my till my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm low. I'll keep going till my speaker calm low. I'll keep going till my speaker calm low. I'll keep going till my speaker calm low.
All right, overtime underway here between ODDIK and ShindeN. What a recovery from ODDIK to bring it to this point. And now they're going to try and take it across the finish line and send us to a third map. But obviously, ShindeN have other plans. An early trade there. Nacho takes a lot of damage to the engagement. Managed to dodge the bullet there, even though he's low health, and throw the Molotov to gain some control towards the A site. That will draw the attention of ODDIK. They send a player back. And it's coldzera on the boost. If he gets caught, there's only one player left on B, so they need a quick rotation.
I like that he's looking for a bit of like an offbeat timing right now, not just hanging around the entire time. And Naz, that is nasty. Great kill coming through from him. Now it's just the one player left alone on this B bomb side as ShindeN looks to try and insert themselves in this direction.
Did they see? Nope, they're not really clearing case locks. I can't believe Abyss does even a bit of damage to case locks. Case locks comes around. He is still dancing around the smoke here to do the damage. Naz in a 1v3. Watching his flank carefully, but not long enough. Woody strikes, and while it looked great for ShindeN for a moment, case locks wrenches it away from them, and we've got a 13th for ODDIK.
It's just so weird that they only got one kill, and they thought that the B bomb site would be completely open at that point. Like, I'm surprised they don't expect somebody else to be nestled into a bit of a corner.
No, I agree. That was really strange. It's similar to that previous, I guess, round number 24, or maybe it was 23, when they didn't look towards bathrooms, right? When there were two players in that position, they'd gained so much control of the A site. So I feel like ShindeN are starting to let things slip a little bit here on overpass. Their focus lost, perhaps.
Yeah, that's true. It feels like the map is now slipping through their fingers. 6 rounds in a row for ODDIK, as they've gotten themselves not just back into the contest, but back into the lead. The problem is for ShindeN, it's like, what are they even trying to fall back on at this point? What can they even revert to that's worked for them? Because they've tried quite a few different options, and almost all of them have fallen flat in these past few rounds.
Yeah, I feel like waiting and biding your time isn't really working, because ShindeN have decided that they are not going to get that aggressive, and they're going to play a more passive style in the later part of the round. So maybe it'd be better just to execute a little bit faster and try to get some favorable engagements. You know, send Abiz out. He's been having a lot of success. Nacho as well. Get some early duels, and that could lead to success. Right here, though, it's not great for Naite and Cold. Like, you don't want to be stacked up together here. Even Cold's like, what's happening here? You got to go out. And eventually Naite is gone. Cold, maybe they don't expect him to be here because Naite swings around that corner, so that's somewhat of an advantage. Yeah, no clear at all. And Pank getting, that's even better. This round's done. ODDIK are going to get it, you'd think. I say that actually just didn't realize there were still 2 standing. I thought it was only 1 left for ShindeN throughout all that chaos, but they do gain the space, and this round is absolutely not done. Ivy and Nacho have slipped in on the back lines.
Yeah, they've got a chance as they part their way through. Long, smart decision to plant reverse default as well. There's going to have to be a kill coming through from the AWP soon. He's actually going to go searching. This is really brave from Ivies. He'll connect on the shot. No instant trade either. Woody with the sniper rifle of his own, kind of tentative to commit. I wonder if Nacho can uphold his end of the bargain, looking to try and hold in towards Dumpster. He's gone down, and Ivy's now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Woody is just allowing his teammate to take all of the attention, and then he's going to be able to finish off the job. It's actually quite smartly played there by Woody, and Ivy's also just ends up in a super awkward position because the bomb was planted, like I said, reverse default. He goes towards bathrooms, and that just means he's gonna have to try and run back into the bomb site.
I think if Nacho has more success in that instance in the duel, right, holding the back lines, then you're fine. Like, it's okay that that Ivy stays in that position. But because Nacho falls, that's when he's like, oh God, where do I look? What do I do? And eventually falls to the op of Woody. And yeah, it's tough. It was a good setup, I found, but you know, each player has to do their job, like you aptly mentioned. Unfortunately for Nacho, he could not do that. And now it's 14-12 for ODDIK. Their win streak continues here into overtime.
It's just good to see how they have been able to keep things going in overtime off the back of their success towards the end of Reg, and it doesn't look like they're going to be slowing down anytime soon. ShindeN could...
Yeah, no question. Like, especially with ODDIK going back on T side, I feel like they're good for at least one. This round's not done yet. ShindeN feels like they're cooked, though. Yeah, Nas falling means that this is only a matter of time, and Ivy's last one standing, 1v5, not a single point of damage being dealt in the direction of ODDIK in this round. It'll be a clean 15th found, and yeah. Oh, no, it isn't. Ivy's does get one before he falls and gets traded, but it doesn't matter. It's a moot point. 15 to 12, as mentioned, only one of the next 3 required for ODDIK to send this to map number 3.
I mean, a team that looked like they'd completely disappeared off the map entirely have certainly been able to find their footing here again before it was too late. I mean, remember there was the stretch of 6 rounds from ShindeN in the first half where ODDIK got 4 kills across 6 rounds. That's the same team that are now up 15-12. And if not for Nighty, then this would have been game over, because he was the one who was able to hold on for long enough for the likes of coldzera, Pank, even Woody to start to come online and then have those meaningful contributions. So great map out of Nighty, and they're surely going to be able to finish off the job from here and force Ancient.
They say that, but Abyss was quite potent in the connector position previously on CT side. So maybe ShindeN going to channel some of that energy and pull us to double OT. Would require 3 in a row, of course. Case-Locks and Woody. Over and lower, they're aware of Abyss's position. They know he likes to play here, but oh my goodness, Case-Locks plays anti-flash to his own flash and goes down. Great trade from Nite, but damage done by Abyss as well before he falls to bring Nite below half health.
Someone's going to have to go back for the bomb here. I'd imagine it's going to be coldzera. Can't all commit to the site here, fellas. There we go, he does recover the C4. Now, ShindeN have some decision making. Are they going to just go for the 2-2 split, or do they try and get ahead of the round and rotate a player early? Information now gleaned that they are going to be pressuring in towards this B bomb site. Naz gets smoked off by his teammate. That must have been all part of the setup, but he's going to have to do a lot more than just drop utility. Going to have to drop some players. Only good for the 1 kill, so a man advantage now for ODDIK as they get side control. Ivy's with a frag back. BK1 going aerial down to the 1v1. If anybody, you'd want Ivy's here. The architecture just providing the necessary cover to coldzera. It doesn't seem like he's expecting Ivy's to reposition this though, and he just goes for the straight up no scope.
What a ballsy play. Goes for the no scope in that situation. Just an extra second, and you have the half a second even, and the scope is in. But he decides to go for the no scope, and it works out perfectly. I guess when you're that close, it's, you know, good odds, but not 100%. As it will pan out for ShindeN. They stay alive here with a 13th.
Yeah, how long can they hold on for is the question. Do they really have it in them to force double OT? Because that would be super impressive off the back of going 0-3 in the first half.
I mean, not to mention losing... Sorry, Hayes, I was just going to say not to mention losing 8 in a row, right?
Yeah, true. If they could bounce back from that and still find the win, that would be marvelous. ShindeN, or should I say Ivy's looking to try and find an opening kill. Actually quite lucky that he doesn't go down after not getting that kill. Able to leg coldzera, maintains his position.
Oh, it's the shot onto Cold afterwards to finish the job. He starts. Ivy's still has Abyss supporting too. Abyss is going to swing around, gets the headshot with the AK. And these CT sides, as you would expect on overpass, are proving to be a very tall mountain to fight up against.
Case-Locks going to group themselves up in towards Monster. A little bit of a bunny jump there to try and get across the angle. See if you can catch a CT off guard. Not going to happen though. Great flashbang. Case-Locks commits to the spray, and he's actually both of the kills. 1v5 turn 1v3. Problem is he's taking so much damage in the process, and Ivy's will be able to finish off the job. I mean, we're getting flashbacks to regulation where ShindeN looked so dominant on their CT side. They've just immediately been able to switch back into that space again.
I mean, just switching gears like that is crazy. I mean, we've seen teams be dominant on their CT sides in regulation, and then when they get dominated on the opposite end, they switch back and they don't really have it, but it feels like they haven't missed a beat at all. This is crazy. Like, fully flashed, Case-Locks almost gets both, and then survives afterwards because it's a reload that's required to get the second. Even though he dies afterwards, that's a ridiculous play to come through. ODDIK going to call the timeout. Tactical. Talk things over. Realizing that they're the ones who are going to let some map points slip away here should they not close it out in the first overtime. 3 AKs available for ShindeN too. That is very potent.
Yeah, ODDIK with one more opportunity to try and see overpass across the line. Otherwise, we're going to run it back in double overtime. Wipe the slate clean. Previous 30 rounds rendered null and void at that point. Oh, that's nasty. What a pre-aim there from Woody. Didn't see that one all too often.
Shame he didn't hit it, but yeah.
Yeah. He's forced off
Tense
the
moment.
Flash goes back for more and narrowly misses out.
That shot almost connects. Ivy's gonna get another chance at it. Flashbang's thrown. Might not realize how far forward a player is, but Abyss is venturing his way into the short bathrooms. This could be problematic for ODDIK. They're not looking for it at all. Abyss will strike for one, maybe a follow-up as well. He does lose IVs on the other side, and BK1's on notice. Now Abyss gone, and so is BK1. It has gone from great to terrible for ShindeN in just the blink of an eye, and they only have Naz and Nacho left, and Woody just waiting for Naz to walk into his crosser. This could be over right here. Nacho needs a 1v4. He gets 2. Makes it a 1v2, and now he's going to rotate around to the other side of the map. He thinks they're going B.
Good patience here from ODDIK not to just immediately have that thought process as well. They allow for Nacho to reposition and then therefore just completely concede the say bomb site. So even though it's been a great effort from him initially in the 1v2, he's still going to have to clutch it up. He's gone straight through the smoke, and while he will get the kill on the player attempting to plant the bomb, Woody's right there in close proximity to ensure the trade. And with that, the map, ODDIK complete the comeback and will see the light of day on Ancient.
That's actually ridiculous. 12-7 down. We're ODDIK. They win 5 in a row to push to overtime. It gets close in the second half. You're thinking, oh no, ShindeN are going to sweep it as well if you're ODDIK anyway. And we might end up in double overtime, but they do squeak it across the finish line. Even though they almost lose another 2-man advantage, it still goes their way. It's been a very back and forth affair between these two squads, each one struggling, right, to find their rhythm and find their consistent success. And in the end, it's ShindeN that look a little bit rougher on the tail end, and that's what costs them.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves. I mean,
oh yeah,
they may not
sure.
get the same sort of opportunity going into Ancient. 5 map and series points was probably as good as it gets, especially with ODDIK now looking a whole lot better after the fight back on overpass. You could imagine that their confidence is going to be in a far improved place compared to where it was at one point on the map. But what that does mean is that we've got a leveled up scoreline here in this lower bracket matchup in Cup number 3. We're going to be throwing it across the break. Don't go too far. Ancient surely going to deliver.
This is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. The way you like it, oh, yeah, you like it. The way this is a shakedown.
I'll keep going till my feet become blown. I'll keep going till my feet.
ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Qiddiya.
We are back for the last round of, last map of action here in South America between ShindeN and ODDIK. I mean, I can't believe ODDIK pulled it all the way back, Hayes, on that previous map of Overpass, but they did it all the way into overtime, getting a 16-14 win and sending us to Ancient, where honestly, if you look purely at the numbers and the stats, ShindeN are a serviceable squad here, but ODDIK are better.
Yeah, it does kind of lean in that direction. I mean, also when you kind of take into account what's just happened on Overpass, you kind of wonder where ShindeN might be at mentally, emotionally, maybe even physically, right? Wouldn't be surprised if there were a couple sore hands, maybe hitting the desk towards the end of the map with the way that Overpass had fallen apart. It was right there for the taking at 12-7. ODDIK won 5 in a row and they didn't stop there either. They won 3 more to go up 15-12, and then they eventually finished off the job 16-14. So we look at these, I don't want to call them rookies, they're definitely not rookies, but lesser experienced players, see how they're going to bounce back after that brutal loss.
Yeah, no, it's a difficult one to take to the chin, but you could say the same for ODDIK on Nuke, right? They had to take that one to the chin as well because they had a huge recovery that came through, and they were up in that second half of action, but it ended up being ShindeN to take it across the finish line in pretty stunning fashion, winning out, right? After being down, I think it was 10-8, something along those lines. But either way, we are here on Ancient, and I feel like it certainly ShindeN could put it behind them and be fine heading into this, while they do have more losses on the map than ODDIK do and fewer wins by a decent margin. They have been competitive here, right? You look against Keydstars, 14-16, Red Canids, same result, 14-16, Glorious 11-13, right? Going 24 rounds. So, and that's twice that they did that. Losses both times, but still, it shows you that, ShindeN can go toe-to-toe with some good Ancient teams. The problem is right now, I think looking just purely at this series, having lost map number 2 when it was in the palm of their hands might still be on their minds, and that might be more difficult to shake off, as you were kind of alluding to, Hayes.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the main struggle here for ShindeN between map 2 and 3. Not so much about figuring out the map itself, but being able to put behind them what had happened on Overpass. And as for ODDIK, they're the ones in the ascendancy, right? They're going to be coming into the third map feeling pretty good about life. Quite a lot of reps on Ancient, like you also said, some good results there for ODDIK as well. I mean, they haven't played a huge amount of it like I said, they played 4 times in October. Generally been a pretty reliable map for them, and we also just saw the individuals really starting to warm up towards the end of Ancient. It's been like a very sort of like I don't know how to phrase it aside from just saying one player popped off on Nuke and then one guy popped off throughout majority of Overpass, and he held on for long enough for the rest of the guys to come on board. So I wonder if we'll see a bit more of a well-rounded team performance from ODDIK now on Ancient.
I would kind of hope so for their sake, right? Because it really has been, like you said, one guy who steps up to the plate and kind of carries them, all the rest take their time to activate, versus ShindeN, who I feel like overall the pieces on the squad have been contributing more across the board. And I would even say fairly confidently that Ivy's has been the better opper by far. ODDIK had, Woody had a few moments where like, okay, this is decent, but Ivy's was so good on Overpass. It is really a shame for him that they lost that, because he really did everything I felt like he needed to win.
Yeah, it's true. I'm not sure how much more he could have done. I mean, he looks like a fantastic AWPer, right? Like, it's a really exciting player, very quick, fantastic mechanics, great movement, very snappy with that AWP as well. Seems to make some great decisions in the heat of the moment. So, really like what we're seeing from Ivy's. In fact, he could be like I don't know. I mean, I know that this is a stretch, but we can have some fun with it. I feel like he might actually be one of the best AWPers, if not the best AWP in Argentina at the moment. Like, I'm trying to think about the other names.
Yeah.
You've got Kaiser on Crew, is it? Is he on Crew? Oh, no, he's... What team is Kaiser playing on currently? Let me go back and have a double check. Yeah, I was casting him the other day. I should know this.
I think...
Bounty Hunters. Okay,
Yeah.
he's actually AWPing on that Bounty Hunters team. Who's AWPing for Crew? It was Ataraxia, right? Then they ended up benching him and they brought a new player into the mix. Yes, okay.
I just
then you got
casted him, I can't
Nocte. You got Nocte on Bestia. I mean, I think for my money, like I'd like to. Like I said, I know it's a bit of a stretch, but I think Ivy's might be the best AWP in Argentina at the moment. Outside of Try. Let's just put that out there on Imperial, obviously. He is definitely the strongest player from the region, but outside of him, might be Ivy's.
Maybe. It's a Misfit now, by the way, on Crew. Remembered?
Okay. I think he's like a young up-and-coming talent.
He is, and he's pretty good. Honestly, I like that.
He's Brazilian though, right?
Things. Yes, that's right. He's not Argentinian, so you are pretty, I think, on the nose saying Ivy's is one of the best Argentinian AWPers out there. So we did have a knife round go through. I didn't get a chance to glance over and see who won it.
Oh, me neither.
Yeah.
I guess we'll
Either
see
way.
whoever starts on the CT side. Probably.
Yeah, I feel like
won it.
ShindeN starting CT side could be their advantage because of how good Ivy's has been. And, that CT opping, while it's not as potent as on a map like Overpass, it can still have an impact in a significant way, playing towards Long B or trying to get those positions in towards Red Room from mid. So we'll see who ends up getting it. But as it stands, I think ShindeN have more to gain to start on that end.
I just tried to flick a mosquito that had landed on my screen, but he got away from me, man. And now I'm just going to end up with like mozzie bites galore. That little rat bag bastard. Anyway, focus back to where it matters here. Pistol round underway, and it is going to be ODDIK who start off on the CT side yet to try and set the tone.
Well, we'll see if ShindeN can recover in this series and find a way back into it. Case Locks will get the opener and then the second, and this is just too easy right now for ODDIK. Taking care of business. Ivy's last one standing. Not much of a hope or a prayer of success for him, but he does have the bomb on his back at the very least. I think that'll be the only point of luxury for him or comfort. Well, he does find the headshot against Naite, but he's still got so many more targets. Eventually, there we go. Woody will take care of business, and it's 1-0 ODDIK.
Good way to open up here. They've been pretty convincing in the pistol rounds. I feel like they've won majority of the pistols. They won both on Overpass, and I think they won one on Nuke as well. So it might be like 4 out of 5 so far. Wouldn't be surprised. I think the one thing about Ancients as well is that there definitely is a case to be made for AWPers being able to take over the map, but not to the same degree for a map like Overpass. Map like Ancient, you can really see the riflers coming to life. Donut, Cave, Red Room, maybe making some plays on the extremities of the map, and so that rifling core 4 of ODDIK could really find some success here. Difficult to play against.
I do agree with you. This is where they could really hit their flow state. Coldzera is going to get 1, 2, maybe get overwhelmed, and he does. That's a rifle on the ground, maybe a bomb plant, but they're quickly collapsing. They don't want to allow any breathing room to ShindeN, and Naz will be next to fall. Case Locks with 2, Coldzera the same, and the anti-eco completely rebuffed.
I know it's still very early days, but I can't help but think about those 5 chances they had on Overpass and how that might have been their best opportunity to finish it off, because now it's a completely fresh map with ODDIK in the ascendancy, trending in the right direction. Going to be a difficult fight back here for ShindeN, who came into this as significant underdogs, I'd say. Won map 1, were in a very good position to win map 2, weren't able to. And now the favourites in control once again.
Molotov gets thrown right into jungle, but Naite takes the aggressive fight with the MP9. Opener found. BK1 gets the trade. Now they're trying to activate very quickly our ShindeN in towards the A site, which makes sense because no one's here. They put so much pressure on towards mid that they will get caught trying to retake the space into A. This could be the first round on the board for ShindeN if they find Naite cleanly, and they absolutely do. This round's done. ShindeN, with their aggressive approach towards A, they get the round.
I mean, honestly, Woody is just blundered there by trying to push in towards A main because you've got a foothold on middle, and then you've also got Nighty who's just made that play in towards Speedway. He's found a kill and then hasn't seen any further presence. And you've got to understand as ODDIK that because you forced ShindeN out of middle and Speedway, that the only option available to them is to try and go through A main into that A bomb site. Woody is then taken, he's taken a fight, he's pushed forward when he had to rather try and fall back, even give up the bomb site in that instance is fine, play the 5v4 retake, but because he goes down, ShindeN just surged forward at that point. I think that was a big mistake from Woody positionally.
Yeah, no, honestly, I feel like this is the concern I had for their CT side, is having Woody on the op is not necessarily a boon for them. He overplays it, and I understand it, right? Because he wants to have impact. He's feeling like he's not necessarily doing enough with the AWP, so he goes a little bit too far, overplays his hand, and then that's what leads to ShindeN completely overwhelming the A site. Ivies also has the op in his hands now. And okay.
He was almost shift walking at one point there. Did he get caught by a nade which slows down his movement speed? I'm not sure.
I think so.
Just gets toasted.
That's a rough way to go. Naz going to get the trade on back, but he takes so much damage in the process. This still feels like an ODDIK edge. Although Ivies changes that with a beautiful op shot onto Pank. 4v3 now, and that has dispersed the forces, the defenses here of ODDIK.
Woody again, just making a play in a 4v5, going down, and then the round kind of unraveling from there. I'm not hate watching, guys, I swear. I'm just calling it out as I see it right now. Nacho gets a great kill on Cold Zero. That smoke isn't as deep as you'd like it to be, so K-Slox is going to go on through the smoke into the bomb site, denies the plant, then slips back through the smoke.
Oh boy, could be a misplay here by ShindeN now. That smoke's not really deep enough either. I don't know. I think he's going to come out again, and he does, but this time does not have any success. Then the spam through the smoke, but it's Naite with two, completely having zero visibility. Nacho and Nas fall. And now it's Ivies, only 28 HP, goes up against the smoke. Oh, if he just fires now, it's over. He doesn't realize it. Just going to hold the angle. Has the advantage, and Ivies will end it. ShindeN, hang on. But what an effort from Nighty.
What a brave approach there from Ivies as well to get up close and personal to the smoke grenade there. Nighty never expects him there on the left side of the walls. That smoke does fade, and Ivies almost looks away at the worst possible moment, but he's able to snap back and get the kill. Big contribution from him, a triple in the round. Nighty almost making the miracle happen, but it doesn't work out. That means ODDIK have had their money reset, and ShindeN have a chance to now get the lead. This is going to be very good for them to just kind of get themselves into the map, right?
No question, yeah. I mean, that gives you a little bit of confidence. Naite, Hero MP9, not something you see very often, but that's what he's going to be bringing into this round. Doubling up in Jag isn't the worst idea. Gotta worry about those Molotovs. Naite, MP9 doesn't do much.
Yeah, Hero MP9 doesn't really have a great ring to it. Gonna have to opt for that SMG again. 3 players grouped up, gonna try go back to the scene of the crime. But BK1 ready and waiting, has got some support as well. At least Cold Zero will get a kill. That's something. He went through A main there. Hank will certainly die. Cold continues to frag though.
He's gonna save now. Like, there's no way.
Surely.
4 HP. Nice job from Cold to get a couple of frags, an extra $100 in the bank for his teammates and himself. And it was an eco round with just the Hero MP9, so that's actually not too shabby at all.
True. 2 kills and an AK as well. Good return for them. But it's going to be ShindeN who are able to go up 3-2 here. Pressure slightly back on ODDIK at this point.
Yeah, just looking at the numbers here, 59.2% of CT rounds tend to go the way of ODDIK, which is a pretty high number for Ancient, honestly. And you look on the other side, it's just an even 50-50 for ShindeN, right down the middle.
Did you say 59 for ODDIK on their CT side?
Yes.
Damn, that is an impressive
Really
number.
high for Ancient.
Doesn't drop off massively for their T side either. 51% there, pretty damn good. So it means ShindeN probably going to have the more difficult of their time here in the first half while they're on the T side. Going up against the might of ODDIK. CT side as they look to try and get back to winning ways. No AWP for Woody, but that's not going to disparage them from making plays. K-Slock's run boosted up on top of the ledge will catch BK1 and draw first blood.
And now Naz is going to get flushed out as well. Like, they knew that was potentially a point where they could pressure and knock the last pieces over, and they do. Off of that, ShindeN try to activate quickly into the A site, but you've already got coldzera waiting here. Reinforcements coming soon. He's just going to toss the smoke to give themselves some cover if they need to leave Donut. And, actually loses the fight to Abyss, but Woody's good for a couple through the smoke. Why not? Last one standing is Nacho. 1v4 required. Gets the first. Does he have the bomb? No. So he needs to keep fighting forward, and this means odds of success are lower and lower by the minute. By the second, I should say.
Absolutely. I mean, the door's been closed in on him as well. Pank creeping in here. Nacho still just trying to find something through the smoke here, potentially. I like that Pank doesn't overcommit to the flank as well, because he knows that maybe there could be a passage for Nacho to exit. Just going to bide his time.
I think he'll...
Once contact taken by K-Slock. So that's how the setup should be played right now. It's exactly how it goes.
Still feels a little dicey, and I understand the passiveness. You don't want to get too aggressive, but I feel like maybe just a little bit of a jiggle peek from Woody to get some information every so often wouldn't have been the worst. Either way, they still win the round. They strike back and get that third, and ShindeN, because those wins were pretty hard fought, money isn't in the greatest spot, and they will go for the half buy here. Couple of Deagles, the Tech 9, and then 2 Glocks around it. As we head into round number 7, will there be armor? Yes. Nacho has bought up the armor, which includes the head armor as well.
Okay. So he's the player to watch in the round with this Tech 9. And he's gone.
Yep.
Brutal. Have been able to cluster themselves in the smoke off the back of a flash. Tank is out in the open and he has no problem laying down the law. Does eventually run out of ammo, but that's okay there. Nighty's able to pick up where Pank had left off, and ODDIK regain the lead.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we talked about it, you already mentioned it. If all the pieces activate here for ODDIK as opposed to just having one hero player, then they are going to look very potent. And it was Pank on the first map, then it was Nighty on map number 2. If you get both of them doing well, coldzera as well, and even K-Slocks in the mix, you don't have to worry about Woody's op not necessarily being that potent, because all your riflers are going to take care of business, which is exactly what's happening here. 4 Galil's on the op, though, on the other side. Maybe IVs can power them through a few rounds. Woody goes aggressive. I mean, not often you see the op going that far up into mid. Usually it's the riflers, but Woody wants to try and take a fight here. Incendiary gets tossed towards A main, and not even a lurk on the side of ShindeN. They're just full committing to A.
Not a bad option. K-Slock's the one who waits on the other side, going to be able to avoid the flashbang and get 2 kills in the process. Great work. coldzera completely blind. It gets the one. Doesn't have to go back for more. Decides to, though, and he will get a dink for his troubles, but he's lost his life out in return. Now it's down to a single hit point. As Pank again already on the flank. Ivy's going to clear this with the AWP, but doesn't actually expect Pank there. He's now on 2. 3 health between 2 players. Good luck.
I mean, he's on no armor, right? It's glass cannon for IVs, and that's why, right? He had so much aim punch there. Pank should have the freebie. Maybe not. As goes to the site. It wins that? There's no way. There's no way! They have 3 HP combined! How have they pulled this back to a 2v1, and Woody's pulling out the pistol? There's got to be confirmed damage here. Takes out the first, and then hits a nice shot for the second. Okay, that's a good time for Woody to wake up with the AWP, but that one almost completely collapses off of 2 players who were a wisp away from death.
That was incredibly close, and it should never have gotten that close there. Nice attempt from ShindeN, all things considered. Taking their time to get the kills. Unnecessary for IVs to jump. I think you could just kind of like take a step back and then run through the molly. You're probably able to get it as deep as you needed at that point, but inexperience and the overwhelming nature of the occasion maybe getting to him a little bit. ODDIK with some breathing room as they go up 5-3, and they should be able to extend that lead to 3 rounds as well.
Feels like it. Oh, yeah. Looks like it now, too.
And this is what we expected. And as you even mentioned a few rounds ago, the core of riflers is online. They're all between 7 and 8 kills. Give Pank the kill, you're all an 8? No, not going to happen. All good, though. Looking super solid right now are ODDIK.
Yeah, everyone's hit their stride. And on the other side for ShindeN, it's the opposite. They started off hot, and now they're cooling off considerably here on map number 3. Took a little clutch for Woody, right? That 1v2, that could have been a nice turning point for ShindeN if they win the round, but instead they lose another one in a row off of it. And now they'll be back again, not at full power. Still 3 Galils in the mix across around those 2 AKs. Nacho tanks the nade. Naite. Well, he can't tank those bullets to the head. He goes down. So does Case Locks. Woody finds the response with the op. Maybe going to get into his rhythm. He does have maps where he looks pretty solid with this AWP, and maybe this will be one of them.
He's had some good contributions here in a few of these rounds already. Pank trying to re-explore back into middle, but BK1's been able to scale his way forward. Hugging the wall means he goes undetected. And I reckon Arbors has heard this reposition from coldzera as well. Oh, BK1 with a little crouch. Stand-up crouch spray there is going to net him the kill. coldzera can't get the trade either. And it's a near flawless round from ShindeN as they get back to winning ways. A much needed round, actually.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, Woody tried to bring it back with the AWP, but overall, I appreciated the aggressiveness from ShindeN, whether it be BK1 pushing up or, you know, I believe they had a player heading towards the B side as well. Really nicely done overall from ShindeN, not really allowing ODDIK the ability to close up the gaps into mid, and once you expose that and you prevent the defenders from really taking up that space, then you have so many different avenues to go towards. Now this time, well, they won't win that fight. Case Locks gets the opener onto Nacho. Flashbang out. Instead, they just send it to A, and actually the smoke is going to isolate Case Locks. He's going to probably try for some spam here. The incendiary is not great, or Molotov's not great, I should say. And they will get the bomb plant, but it's not safe at all. There are players hovering around everywhere.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult post plant here for the T side because of the lack of positions they've been able to get themselves into. They really only have a main to speak of. 3 of the 4 players just fully committed into the bomb site right now, so they don't have any cover. ODDIK, they're going to have 3 players of their own trying to come through from Temple. How do they set themselves up right now? Eventually they get a kill. They're going to have to start to go soon enough here. Kills continue to roll on through. Are there any kits? Yeah, there are 2 kits right now. Someone's going to have to get onto the defuse. BK1 dropping a couple players. If he can kill the defuse, there might be a chance, but not going to happen. And ODDIK complete the retake.
Wow, Pank, a very critical frag coming through there, because if it doesn't, maybe a little spam is sent through that smoke, and you lose the diffuser and then the round as well. But it doesn't happen. ODDIK get a 7th, and ShindeN are down to the last round of play here in this first half. Obviously, a 5th would be great. An 8-4 lead, not ideal, but I mean, the way this one has gone, I don't think any lead is safe in either of these teams' hands. So, whether it be 5 or 4, I still believe that this could go either way.
Yeah, I think if ODDIK make it 8-4, then I'm going to back them to get the job done from there. But it's not like it's a completely closed up shop. 90, I don't know about that. And the 5v4 just leaves himself in a pretty risky position. Speaking about taking risks right now, Pank, I think he realized he has to get more than just this 1 kill because they're down 3 versus 4. You know, he's got the bomb carrier right in front of him, but his teammates continue to drop like flies.
Oh, you have to get 2 there. Oh my god. I thought that was an easy 2K, maybe even a 3rd. But instead he falls. They don't know what he's here. I mean, they expect him to be towards B, but he could catch one on the tail end. No. And that would have been the bomb carrier too, so kind of a shame for Woody on the timing. Now going to make some noise. BK1 will expect it. He ducks down. Only 40 HP, so he's in an unfavorable duel at this stage, but it doesn't matter. His crosshair is sharper, and it will be 7-5 for ODDIK as we head to the halftime break. All right, second and final half of play here in this series. ODDIK a 7-5 lead, but credit to ShindeN for hanging in there and scraping through with 5 rounds. It was really scrappy, honestly, because they were winning one, losing one, but they eventually end up with 5, and that is good for them going on to their CT side. Yeah. No, back and forth we go. We're down to a 2v2. Nacho just runs Coldzera over. Then he goes stick to defusal. Ivy's going to try and cover, and he's doing a great job of it, but Pank goes and finds him, and then Nacho pulls off the bomb and ends it himself. Defusal comes through, and ShindeN do indeed get a critical pistol round victory.
Alright, well, what I will say is that is a really impressive pistol round. It was just looking quite rough for ShindeN, considering the fact that they were completely stacked up in on that B-bomb site, and then ODDIK was still able to get a plant without much resistance, but eventually the numbers do work out for ShindeN. 90 going to be in an advanced position. He catches BK1 off guard. Not the first time he's been caught off guard in the second half, and it's only been 2 rounds of play.
Alright, we go on. 1:17 on the clock. Case Locks will get that frag on towards Abyss, but Nacho strikes back. This would be quite a recovery for ODDIK if they can get it, but they line up for Ivies and he knocks them all down. Nacho gets the last, but it's Ivies coming out big, helping his team secure that next one.
Yeah, and that's going to be setting up really nicely. As you say, next round should be free. It's going to be an anti-eco, and then ShindeN can get the lead for, I think, what would be the first time here on the map. That after the opening kill out of 90, they shift their focus in towards A, but Ivies just has a fantastic time of it there. Like you say, Nacho ropping the quad kill, but it doesn't matter. Impressive sequence there nonetheless.
Yeah, this should be a straight anti-eco for ShindeN, as well as they are going to take their first lead, I believe, of the map. Naz finds Case Locks. Yeah, this is easy peasy lemon squeezy right now for ShindeN. Naz going for more. There you go. This one gonna be wrapped up with a pretty bow. No one dies, and ShindeN do have the lead.
Yeah, and they got 5 rifles in place. They're not going to have to rebuy anything going into the next round. A nice buffer financially for them. As for ODDIK, feels like it's do or die territory. I mean, okay, maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but game does start to slip away quite quickly if they lose this round.
I mean, we talked about it, you know, like rounds, or I should say leads, have not been safe in either of these teams' hands. So, you know, it could easily turn into a crazy round win streak for ShindeN, and then all of a sudden ODDIK will activate again. Well, maybe we won't have to wait long for ODDIK. Nice shot from Case Locks onto Nacho. BK1, lots of noise being made there, but he does get the smoke in. Thing is, he takes damage on the other side. So, not the strongest of positions for BK1, although Abyss will come through at the perfect time and cuts Woody down right in his tracks. 4v4.
Yeah, util damage being inflicted here as well. Do ODDIK look to pressure into this B-bomb side? As things stand, ShindeN are pretty well set up to deal with that eventuality. Do they look to try and make any plays? Do they just commit to the gamble stack here? I mean, Arbor's over towards Ale by himself. BK1 decides to try and peek out off the back of the molly because he knows he's probably going to be hard cleared in that corner, which earns ODDIK the man advantage.
My flashbang doesn't really hit the mark, but I guess it doesn't matter. Pank and Naite combining for 2. Albiz, last one standing. And ODDIK, just like that, are going to get an 8th.
Just like that, indeed. I mean, just all over Jag like a rash there. And Arbor's not going to be afforded his life either. Case Locks deep in towards enemy lines on that A-bomb site as the scoreline gets leveled up here again. Finances, as we had alluded to, good enough here for ShindeN to reinvest. Game on a knife's edge here. Ancient really delivering.
I mean, it feels like every map has kind of delivered, right? It's just that it's been really streaky from both sides. We talked about it, like on Nuke, it was ShindeN who started off hot, then ODDIK got hot, and then ShindeN hot to the finish line. Then on Overpass, it was very back and forth as well. ODDIK looked like the better team at the beginning, but ShindeN struck back, and we were able to be up 12-7 until ODDIK go into overtime off of 5 rounds in a row regulation and win the map. So right here, we're just going these back and forth affairs again. And as I'm talking, Case Locks is knocking heads with the AK. 5v3 in favor of ODDIK.
Yeah, round over. It's actually just about trying to keep guns in play now if you're ShindeN. Case Locks is a name we haven't said a huge amount throughout this series, but he's certainly delivered in an impressive way here on Ancient 16 and 10. And that is going to be a resounding 9th round for ODDIK. I wonder if ShindeN are in a position where they can drop any guns. And they're going to get, what, only 1900, right? So probably best off just saving around these 3 guns that they're going to keep in play. These explosive plays for ODDIK are certainly working the trick over on that B-bomb side.
Yeah, without a doubt. At the very least, ShindeN will be able to save those 3 rifles this time. The AWP and the 2 A1Ss brought over into the next round so they can justify a force fire around them. Or maybe even just an eco, right? Because I think everyone's sitting at 2K, so you can just keep the other 2 players on pistols and that's it. And hope that the rifles can do the job. They're calling a timeout probably to discuss exactly that. You see Abiz already going down to below 2K, but now they're talking about it saying, no. Let's be careful. Let's be smart about this. Don't want to put all our eggs in one basket.
I think that's the better option. I mean, get 2400 if you lose this round. That will be enough for a full buy in the next. I mean, Albers must have spent a bit of money here, right? He couldn't have come into the round with 14 because they were on double stage round loss bonus, if I'm not mistaken. That'd be the second consecutive round they'd lost, so... Either way, ODDIK going to have a slightly easier time of it here in this round, but still certainly not going to be a freebie.
Far from it. Unless they just go to A and no one's here. So it might be a free site. And I mean, I could see a world where ShindeN just want to save, don't really fight into this site. Especially after losing Abiz and VK1, and now everyone's dead, so there's no save because Ivy's the last one standing, and he's gone too. So before they even have a chance to think about saving, ODDIK are right in their face and knocking their teeth out with AK bullets.
It's good to see how confident ODDIK clearly are right now with how they're looking to get on the front foot and take the fight to ShindeN in all of these rounds. Fearless in their pursuit. I wonder if that's going to continue to be the case. It's 3 rounds in a row of a lot of acceleration.
I appreciate it. I mean, look at the buy-up as a result for ShindeN because it's bad. It's bad. 3 FAMASas, 2 M4s. Util isn't great either. Already going to use 3 incendiaries at the beginning of the round. I mean, the pacing to the Util, I would say not great with no incendiaries left. With tons of time on the clock here.
Yeah.
Need to be a little more cautious.
I think that's just down to the conditioning with how fast ODDIK have been playing, how rapidly they've been approaching these rounds. And so it's just kind of forced ShindeN's hand, but when you're in a round where you don't have all the util you need, maybe be a bit more conservative. Good to see ODDIK kind of conditioning their opponents a bit, changing up the tempo, but not like they've got a huge amount of util in play here either. I mean, they got 3 incendiaries, a smoke and a flash to try and get onto a bomb site from here.
Oh, what a shot from Naite. Patiently waits for BK1 to have a peek there and clears out all the space in Jag and Cave in one fell swoop. Ivy's, along with Nas, trying to go out. They could catch Case Locks with Util in his hands, but somehow he doesn't die and he's able to fade back. And then Naite strikes on the flank with Cold activating on the front, and it will take care of everything towards B. That was the worst case scenario for ShindeN that just materialized.
Yeah, the fact that Case Locks is able to round the corner without being taken down and creates the space for his teammates to go through Cave and then wrap around on those ramp players. After just fighting for his life right now, going to be able to upgrade to an AK. Arbors currently with a FAMAS in play. 11-8, that is the imminent scoreline. And ShindeN going to have to eco as well, so ODDIK with a prime opportunity to make this a 12-8 scoreline. Nacho will get another kill here for free. So at least inflicting a bit of extra damage until Pank has his number.
They're trying to save guns and ODDIK are just not allowing it. They're going to chase down Abiz as well. There's just no way. Abiz from both sides being pressured. Eventually he should fall. And there he goes. Cold Sarah getting the last. ODDIK, no mercy.
And that means this next round is just going to be some upgraded pistols for ShindeN to work with as ODDIK take a big step in the right direction. I mean, this time it's certainly a slower approach to the round, but once they do start to make moves, they again just put the pedal down so quickly. Max round loss bonus means the Argentinian team can dig a bit deeper into their pockets. Upgraded pistols and SMG and play as well. Does that change their fate? What a flash.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And I mean, Woody is also going to get the frag off of it. They gain the space into mid. Smoke guising off the presence in red room. So maybe, you know, you have a Biz who'll be able to strike here. But it's still going to be really, really difficult. Naz, in the meantime, tries to work his way into CT, or excuse me, T-spawn, and it doesn't really work out. Only one frag to speak of here for ShindeN. Maybe a second, yeah. But I'd be surprised if more comes through with the business position 100% known and the bomb going to be planted at the B site. They're just going to slowly but surely kind of creep up there, I imagine. Wait out that smoke and watch it. And there you go. Naite will take care of it. 12-8 for ODDIK. This has turned into a bit of a stomp here in this second half.
It has, right? Since ODDIK have gotten going, they've just seemed completely unplayable. I mean, how many kills have ShindeN even gotten in these rounds that they've been losing? Because this is now a streak of 5 rounds for ODDIK, which has earned them 4 opportunities to finish off the job. Look at how much money they've got as well. So this is going to have to be done on hard mode for ShindeN. A number of gun rounds between them and overtime. And they have no option but to do their best ODDIK impression with what had happened on Overpass.
I mean, all ShindeN got was pistol round and 2 conversions. Since that point, it has been all ODDIK. You know, you're right, 5 rounds in a row. Pank does eat a nade. Goes down to 43. That's some good early damage from ShindeN, but I think they're giving up way too much space in mid right now. I mean, Case Lock's here pretty much for free. He's in the cubby. It's being watched by Abiz for the smoke fade, and Nacho looking the other direction. So, okay, Case Locks will be found immediately. That's a good sign here, at least for ShindeN.
Yeah, big gamble there from Case Locks to just reside in the corner as the smoke fades. Where do they go from here? They've got a player on either extremity of the map right now. Do ODDIK, Pank gonna poking towards, say, bomb site, finds a really quick fire frag on the first. Seems to have a good idea on the second player's position. He's trying to use the pillar as cover from that third guy in close proximity. All in the meantime, with all of that attention over towards the B bomb site, ODDIK have been able to get in towards A.
That's brilliant, honestly. Like, they just sent Pank out and said, hey, Pank, go frag, go do some damage, and he does exactly that. Attracts all the attention while the XU comes towards the A site. Naite delivers the killing blow to Abiz. Naz gets 1, but it's himself left standing, and he won't be able to get more. Naite ends it. 13-8 for ODDIK. What a recovery. Down 7-12 on Nuke. They bring it back, win Nuke in overtime, and then get the third as well by a more convincing scoreline of 13-8 for the reverse sweep.
And it's not like this map was free for ODDIK. There actually was a bit of a contest in particular in the first half, right? Like, it was impressive to see that ShindeN were able to bounce back after what had happened on Overpass before this. But then once ODDIK do get into the gear on their T side, they just look like a completely different beast altogether. We spoke about how the rifling core 4 for ODDIK could really come alive in a big way, and it actually completely played out in that fashion. You can see from the kills at the end of the map, 20 for 19, 19 for another, 17 for the other. Just big contributions across the board, and ODDIK find a resounding victory as they march on into that lower bracket semi-final, I believe. I'll have to double check that.
Yep, I think so. Wait.
This was the lower bracket semi, so into the lower bracket final now, where they're going to play against the winner between Gaming Gladiators and Keed Stars, which is seemingly going to be Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah. Game Gladiators looking good. So, I mean, I'd still favor ODDIK, to be honest. I think that they're looking quite strong after this type of recovery. Winning in a series like this bolsters you and makes you feel better. Like, look, even when we were down, we found a way to scrape through and pull it off. So, you know, even on our off days, we're getting wins, which means when you're on, which is what happened here on Ancient, I would say, things will get ever more impressive for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that ODDIK were able to fight their whole way back. ShindeN are going to be kicking themselves, right? Having had 5 chances to finish off the job and not making it happen, and falling apart on Ancient. But you got to give credit to ODDIK for being able to hold on to the bitter end and then eventually get the victory and then look like a completely different unit here on Ancient. Still certainly some work to be done on Nuke for them, though. I mean, that 10-loss win streak is not painting them in the best light, making these series a lot more difficult for them. Almost always having to go 3 maps to get across the line, but it's worked for them tonight.
Yeah, I feel like Nuke, you pointed out very aptly, like the fact that it's going so poorly for them. But we have to remember as well, 6 out of the 10 that they've lost there have been 23 or more rounds. So they're right there. They're at the finish line. There's promising moments, but they can't get it across. You know, they can't find a way to get a win. Eventually, that will change. And they've got a lot of tape to look at to try and make that happen. But for now, yeah, it's a weak spot that I think a lot of teams are going to try to abuse. And it wouldn't surprise me in the next series if the team picks into Nuke immediately.
Yeah. Well, it's been a hell of a journey so far throughout the day across the ECL circuit. Of course, started off Oceania, Asia Pacific, EU, South America, and then last but not least, it's going to be North America to round out the day. I believe you said it's going to be wild card against Reigns, so don't worry, guys. We've got you covered with some more action. And then you know what? You don't even have to wait that long before Oceania wraps around once again. You've almost got entertainment lined up for the entire day here with ECL. But for now, here from us in South America, we're going to be bidding you guys farewell. Be sure to tune in for that next broadcast, and we'll catch you again next time.
ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Qiddiya.
I'll keep going till my feet calm below. I'll keep going till my feet calm below. I'll keep going to my speaker.